Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
So hold on now, but this is good for me because it shows that this topic. Keep telling this story, because when my story comes out, it ain't gonna be anything like this.
Hey, by the way, I did find who they might have play you in the movie.
Who?
Don't Kill Me.
No.
Rosie O'Donnell.
That almost is a Tuki.
It's almost a knuckle sandwich.
You ever heard of a knuckle sandwich?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
I was making sure I was all signed into all our various platforms, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
Just video-wise. And we're working on Instagram. We got to get a plug-in. We got to get a digital plug-in, my friend, off of our Webcaster 9000. Seth, we need a new plug-in on our Webcaster 9000, okay?
Oh, we're going to have that here ASAP.
Thank you. Tuesday, August 6th, 2024. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Let me make, I got to make sure we're on Rumble. Got to make sure we're on YouTube, of course, X, Twitch, Facebook, locals. Visually, you got a ton of ways to watch us. And then audibly, of course, Bubba Army HQ, and tune in, or your local radio station if you live in Fort Walton Beach or Tampa, Florida, or Phoenix, Arizona, or where else, Lummy? I think that's it. So, Lummy, are you working on the best of shows?
Yes.
From when we're gone?
Yes, I am.
I apologize in advance, but I'm taking, was it 3 shows off?
Yes, sir.
Three show, only three. And you're not gonna miss it. We'll have Lummy, like content, like a best of. You'll have it all figured out, right, Lum?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much.
When are
Lummy.
those days, Bubba?
Of course, you would have to.
No,
ask.
you don't. I don't. It's okay. You can just give me an estimate.
No, it's not okay.
You can just give me an estimate.
No, hold on.
22nd, 23rd, 26th?
No,
Okay.
yeah, the shows that I'm going to miss will be Thursday the 22nd, Friday the 23rd, and Monday the 26th.
Do you want any live post programming those days?
Yeah, all of that and more.
Okay.
I mean, what? Just you guys go crazy.
Okay.
Do you want to get on your Instagram and go to the dog park or
No, I want to go on YouTube.
do whatever, wherever.
All right.
The answer is what? You know what the answer is?
Let it eat.
Whatever.
Okay.
I mean, how cool of a boss is that?
Are you off the grid? Like,
Well, I mean, I'm always trying. Well, I mean, I'll try to check in and.
are you available for spot podcasting? Or are you going to be on the run?
No, I don't want to have anything to do with radio. I don't want to.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to have anything to do with content other than I'm going to be producing some content. Like, I might go live from the Columbus, Ohio bike trail. Like Columbus, Indiana bike trail. Remember, Lummy, when did I go live or what was it taped?
It was taped.
Oh, it was taped.
You tried to go live, and it just wasn't working out.
Yeah, I don't think I had the cellular capabilities in Columbus, Indiana.
But you did tape it.
So I'm going to be trying to be creating different content. I'll be in Warsaw.
You have a bike up there?
Sumo's got 4 e-bikes.
Oh, wow. Could we do another bike ride in the fall, please?
Yeah, we can, sure.
I'd like to.
You're going to a game, right?
Yeah, I'm going to the alumni night.
Are you going to do the coin flip?
No, I'm not doing the coin flip.
Why not?
Lummy, when they have alumni, man, they have like 100, like two.
Yeah, but you're the most famous person in Warsaw,
Yeah,
Indiana.
they don't know that. I mean, we've obviously seen video of what people think about me in Warsaw, Indiana.
Well, that was one fool.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
2 fools.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I am the most popular from Warsaw, Indiana, but 1, nobody knows it. 2, nobody cares. And 3, if you ask anybody about it, they may give you a knuckle sandwich, you see?
I may have to reach out to Larry Plummer. Maybe he can pull some strings.
What do you mean?
You get out there halftime or at
No.
coin
Special
flip.
recognition.
No.
Yeah, the announcer announces it. Welcome, Bubba the Love Bubba
The
Club.
most famous man in this town.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll direct your attention to the 50-yard line, you'll see a 60-year-old fat pudgy guy right there in the middle of the Warsaw Claw, the big W right there at the 50-yard line in front of on the logo. A portly man he is. Graduated Warsaw in 1984. Was the captain of the 1983 football team, and he's most noted for having a sex tape with Hulk Hogan. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for formerly known as Todd Clem, now Bubba the Love Sponge Clem, most famous person in our beautiful city here of Warsaw.
Yeah.
You're the most famous person because you got a sex tape? You're not a senator or a congressman or anything like that? No? Huh?
Yeah, but those guys are the real criminals.
You're not the most famous guy anymore, Bubba. Knuckle Sandwich guy is.
That's right. Neil Malpazier, $10.
And he's not even from Warsaw. He's from Etna Green, some pissant little city.
That's right.
Like a suburb of Warsaw?
Etna Green is so pissant and small that going to Warsaw is like going to Chicago to them.
Oh, my goodness.
Like that's going to be.
This is depressing.
Warsaw doesn't even have a mall.
It's like Kansas City.
It would be like Kansas City to Tampa.
Right.
Yeah, that big of a disparagement.
So I
So
was going to say like maybe Sefner. It's a little more.
Sefner's got stuff. I mean, Sefner's got a Walmart.
actually, Lummy, I actually have I actually have family. Very, very. My grandpa is buried in Etna Green.
Oh, really?
Yes, my grandpa Fred is buried in Etna Green, and then all my mother's side of the family, her mother, my mom's mother, Marietta, who died of having a brain aneurysm when my mom was 15,
Oh, that's horrible.
and she's buried in Etna Green.
So they got good cemeteries there?
I don't know.
Is that what they're known for?
That's where a lot of my mom's side of the family started from was Etna Green. And then my dad, he rolled up into Warsaw, from Baraboo, Wisconsin, with his real barbaric Baraboo, Wisconsin sperm, Lummy, and they got together with my mom's, farm girl, country egg, and now they got me. It's what turned. I'm a little bit country. I'm a little bit city. That kind of represents me, right?
Yeah, you're a little bit country, a little bit rock and roll.
Oh, well, I'm not about rock and roll,
You
but
like Donnie Marie.
Where is my sound effects?
Gosh.
Let me find them. Jesus. All right. That early and no, this almost now. It kind
Were
of
they the
loses-
brother and sister that had sex with each other?
Maybe.
Yeah.
On Z100.
She still looks great.
Yeah, but boy.
She's like 70.
I know, but they got her really, really, really dialed in. When you see Marie Osmond, she looks like about 35 or 40.
God, she looks great.
But, like, I don't know if they can only shoot her one way with, like, a heavy filter, and she has literally a person, an artist with an art brush, like those, like spray on your face, and then she just keeps a plastic surgeon to keep it tight, and then they literally just paint your face on. You know what I'm saying? As long as you,
Just like every other Instagram model.
yeah, I mean, yeah, just like everything. So I think they can do the same I think they can Instagram. Can they Instagram TV?
Yeah.
Like, can they put a filter on you while they're shooting you on TV to make you look?
Remember, Bubba? Primitively they used to do that in Star Wars. I'm at Star Wars, Star Trek. If you ever saw an early Star Trek with the real Captain Kirk, he would always be in hard focus, and the pretty girl would always be soft focused. It was dramatically different. And that's when they first started doing it.
And he was a real,
girls look better.
and he was taking those soft-focused willies right into his trailer.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
Back
Was
in the
he?
60s, back in the 60s, and you're Captain Kirk,
Right, he was a stud.
and you're using some 21-year-old extra to play just one of the hot because they had the main characters, Spock. They had the main characters, but then they would have all these hot extra chicks
For whatever planet they were on.
Yeah, whatever planet they were on, the hot planet chicks, and so that. Not only in the show was William Shatner laying some space seed, but back in between sets when he was in his trailer, I mean, they weren't even doing like sexual, like it was just expected.
Right.
Like back then, man, in the 60s, there wasn't even sexual assault. It was just like that's what a girl had to do to get ahead. I'm not saying I agree with it and it's fair and it's the worst thing for women. If back in the 60s they had to go into William Shatner's trailer and give him oral for a week when they were 19 so they could break into the business. I mean, right?
Well, did he have that kind of power? I thought maybe it was just kind of the thing to do back in the day with the free sexuality and all those things. It was kind of a little looser back then.
I think he had a lot of say so on Star Trek. Like I think he had a lot of say so because he was the main dude. That'd be like saying Kevin Costner has a lot of say so on Yellowstone because
Right.
I mean
he was the show.
You couldn't have Star Trek without Captain Kirk. They could have never just thrown in a new Captain Kirk.
They did like two decades later, and it sucked.
Yeah.
But he was the guy. You're right. Absolutely. Can you imagine though in real life, like having sex with someone from another planet and what you could catch?
I know. Now I'm not thinking what you could catch. I'm thinking about what you could make.
Well, could you make? You probably even have the same number of chromosomes.
I don't know anything about that. Lummy.
Yeah, you're breaking it down too much, Dr. Dan. You're
Do they have Hooters or not, Dr. Dan?
Yeah, they got 3 Hooters.
Oh,
You get the extra one.
Little Suckle
Bonus.
Sunday.
Now listen, who in this room believes in aliens?
Me.
Absolutely. 100%.
And I know they say that it crosses with what you believe in religion, but I definitely believe in aliens.
So, Dan, you're a doctor.
Yep.
And you're not just trying to be, Dan, you believe in aliens.
Absolutely. And, Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking, the guy that wrote Brief History of Time. Is that right?
The
Stephen
guy
Hawking.
that was wrong
Right.
about the black hole, and then we were allowed him to reverse it, and then it's okay that you were wrong for 10 years.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah.
that guy.
Guy that had to speak and stay. It was in a.
he had a thing he was dealing with. Was it ALS?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
That's great. He was also wrong about his theory of the black hole, and when he came up with his initial theory of the black hole, it was like, this guy's the best ever. Oh my God, nobody's ever been able to figure this out. He's the smartest ever. Then 10 years later, he makes this announcement that he was completely wrong about the black hole and had to do a complete 180 of what his initial thought was, and then we're like, oh, that's great, he lied the first time, but he corrected it, and he's the smartest man in the world when it comes to black holes.
Well, Einstein was wrong. These guys were right when they were given the data that they were given, and we had the science that could measure things at that point in history. So to Einstein, he was right, but when we got more sophisticated ways to measure and look at things, we realized he was wrong.
About what? What was Einstein wrong about?
E equals MC squared?
The whole thing, yeah, the whole thing. Because he didn't really take into account the quantum element of the universe. And I think where Stephen Hawking went wrong was singularity.
Break out the mushrooms if we're going to try to understand this.
Dan's been watching documentaries all night. He couldn't sleep.
What's been going to the quantum value of a human's whatever the hell.
And so as we're able to, take particles and make them smaller and smaller and take things that we thought were indivisible and divide them, we're finding out more about the universe. The thing is that the more we find out, the more we realize it's so screwed up. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Do we know anything?
No,
do
we
we really?
don't know
I mean,
do you think that, Dan? Do you think that aliens were on Earth first?
Yes.
And left?
Yes.
Okay.
And why did they leave, Dr. Dan?
I think there's several theories for that. Number one is maybe they ran out of resources for them, specific to them. Maybe they were here just to sort of cultivate and plant society. If you look at the
they came in here and blew their alien sperm everywhere.
Or maybe God said, "Gets a step in. We got other planets in the galaxy. I want to try a new experiment here."
There's so much volume to the galaxy. There's so many billions of opportunities for life, and we see that life forms at its earliest
Wouldn't it
opportunity.
be cool if we were able to find a planet that was just like us, kinda?
Bunch of dicks that take advantage of where they're living.
But they're 10 years ahead of us, okay? So they got a 10-year head start. We can maybe look at them, or maybe even a 20-year head start, and we can see how they're messing it up or what they've done, right?
But they'd conquer us because we had a 25-year head start on Iraq during the first Gulf War, and we destroyed them. That's all it took, 25 years. If you think the universe is billions of years old, if there's another society and they're only 25 years ahead of us, they're whooping our ass.
Yeah. We are, our world is really deteriorating from underneath us. If you see how the young people are at,
let's not blame the aliens on that.
Well, I'm just saying, okay, hey, aliens, thank you for giving us life if you did indeed, if that's how it went down. But I'm telling you right now, you need to come back and fix us because we're effed. We are effed right now. Every story you see is just about some degenerate hitting somebody or killing somebody or being here illegally, and we hate each other politically. It's just we're in the middle of this presidential election, and that's going to get you. They got it conditioned now for us, no matter what side of the fence you're on. Whether you're on, the Republican side of the fence or the Democratic side of the fence, they automatically, have it where if you lose, they're conditioned to tell their followers, it got stolen from you. We got to start investigating it. Right?
Yes.
We don't even have we're not even honest enough.
You think the aliens want to fix the way that the democracy and political system's set up? They don't give a damn.
They want us to fail so they can come back and redo it.
Do you think there's humans?
They want to listen, we need to go ahead and completely purge that whole area. And from Putin to the USA, everything's done. We're just going to wipe it all out, let it cool off for a couple of years, and we'll come back and then start redoing it because these idiots couldn't figure it out. Yeah, think about all the countries right now that are having problems. We're having problems. The UK's having problems. Obviously Russian and Ukraine are having problems.
Poland's not.
Obviously, obviously Israel and Palestine and Iraq and Iran.
That whole area is about to blow up.
You could say those people are having problems right now.
Yes, they are.
We're having problems within our world civilly. Civilly, we're having problems. Canada's having problems civilly. Right? There's a lot of, usually it's just one country that's kind of messed up, and you got maybe two countries that are kind of, maybe mad at each other. If you're not mad at somebody, you're so messed up. Have you seen the protesters of the UK?
I know. They're going nuts right now. And they're all doing it for the same exact reason. It's the reason that Poland is not screwed right now. And it is unchecked migration/immigration. And it's all these people that weren't there 20 years ago.
It's what, honest to God, it's what we've became, but plus 10 years. Meaning they've been doing this longer than we have in this massive immigration. Mm-hmm. But what caused their situation they have right now is because they used to have an immigration policy that was even more liberal than ours.
Yes.
It was just come on over, it didn't matter what.
And with the EU, if you got to Turkey, then you got all the way to France or England. And that's why Brexit was there, because the English were tired of giving their jobs to migrants that were working for 50 cents on the dollar.
So I'm just saying, man.
And Poland built a wall.
I think we're done.
Yeah.
I think we're done.
I'm moving to Poland.
If the aliens that you believe in, they're coming any day to
They're long gone.
wipe us out.
They like to check it. When people spot them, they're just checking up on us, getting a good laugh. Like, they're not doing any serious business anymore. They're not probing people anymore. If you've noticed, that kind of has all stopped.
Yeah.
Do you think, Dan, that there is...
They're probably pretty down on themselves for giving us life.
No, I don't think they gave us life. I just think that I think that God put them first, and, then he...
And they're in charge.
He messed up with us maybe a little bit.
Well, and the other reason I think that there's aliens and there were aliens.
God got it half right with the other ones.
He loves the aliens are like his first child. Like, he loves them way more than us.
That'd be a great T-shirt. God got it right with the first ones before us.
And then it's an alien face.
I mean, the people that God created before us, where we don't know, they're killing it right now. They love each other. Their economy's great. Nobody's fighting. There's no global warming. Black people and white people like each other. Like, everybody's just cool, man. Everybody's just cool.
I think God.
Everybody's on. You know what? I think weed is like we have staples in food: bread, milk, meat. That's. I think weed's one of their staples, and it keeps them real calm. You know what I'm saying? It keeps everybody super calm.
Sure does.
Like, man.
I think God, when he was doing us, it's like he washed a load of laundry the first time and it got pretty clean. He said, I want to put a little bit more detergent in there. And then all of a sudden the bubbles start forming and it just got out of hand. And we got we're out of hand.
He slammed the lid and left.
He slammed the lid and left, and all of a sudden the laundry was filled with bubble water.
Hold on, he did slam the room and left. So that's why we ended up the way we are. If God would have maybe simmered down the heat or something and
we hung around and finished up that load of laundry.
Right.
Put too many of those little pads in there.
If God would have just rinsed us twice,
that might be proof. That might be proof that there's a Mrs. God, because he's probably like, oh God, she's going to yell at me for trying to create this new life form. I messed it up. I got to get out of here.
See, Mrs.
You can't do laundry correctly. What's wrong with you?
The successful society that we speak of, Mrs. God actually did that one,
right?
And that's why they're just killing it, because they think more like women and they're cool and everything like that. Well, God's like, listen, bitch, let me show you how I can do one. So
I need more detergent pods.
He threw in, double the ingredients she did, plus a couple kickers, and they invented just an absolute human mess.
Right.
Like we're absolutely just an absolute mess as human beings. If you look at who we
yearn
vote
to
for,
be better, though, Bubba. That's what matters. We yearn to be better.
No, but hold on. But we've rigged. We are so stupid that we have rigged the system to be against us and for us to have infighting and hate each other. Isn't that?
Well, that's what happens when you put people on two sides. You go, you're either a right or a left.
Isn't that the absolute recipe for disaster when you plot two people against each other?
Yes.
That's just a recipe for disaster.
It's creating angst. It's tension. It's unnecessary.
And that's fundamentally what's wrong with our world.
Politics do that.
If you take, the election that we got coming up, if you just look at our current problems, and that's immigration, the assassination of Trump, the big election that's coming out, Joe Biden dropped out, the economy took the stock market hit. Like, they were having absolutely panic attacks.
Yes.
The NASDAQ was at one time down 1,500. There's never been a single day in the history of the NASDAQ where it closed minus 1,000.
It opened minus 1,000 too.
So yesterday it was the first day that it closed 1,000 and opened 1,000. So they don't know, and what they call the Majestic 7, which is like Tesla, Microsoft, Google, which Google is Microsoft,
Nvidia now.
No, Microsoft, Google are different. You got Alphabet,
Apple,
and Nvidia.
And Nvidia, like the Magnificent 7, were down across. People are freaking out right now on the stock market.
Japan had a huge stock market
12, 13%, 14%.
So I don't know what that means, but usually that means that people know stuff that we don't know.
I think it means three things. There's three reasons for this fall right now, this international fall.
But would you not
fall.
agree a lot of times that this is based on intel?
Yes.
That is only the heads of like Blackstone and Global Man, like just the top 10 influential people in the world might know?
Warren Buffett getting like $275 million of his Apple stock back.
Yes, the big problem there. So the problem. Here's one of the big problems here. Japan had negative interest rates until just recently, and they switched to a small positive interest rate. And so, just like the interest rate hikes in America stifled our economy.
Hold on. When you have a negative interest rate, does
they
that
pay
mean
you to take money?
Come on.
Hold on, Dan, for real.
Yeah.
Konnichiwa.
So you're
exactly.
saying
Arigato.
So Dan, if you're saying I wanted to open up, whatever.
Yeah, Bubba's Planet Bubba again.
Yeah, here's $1 million plus another 5,000.
Bubba and Seth's Barista, and we want to own our small little coffee shop.
And it's only dudes serving you shirtless.
Well,
we'll work on the gimmick.
With
there
nipple
you go.
rings.
There you go. And I go to the government of Japan and say we want to borrow $1 million. They say, okay, we're going to give you $1.5 million. Now, do you have to pay it back?
Yeah, but you have to pay it. The interest is reduced. The interest is, so if you have to pay, if it's a negative interest rate, you don't pay a full 100,000 back or a full $1 million back. You pay 99% of it back.
So they'll be like,
it's like zero interest minus a couple bucks.
It's like a government funded deal where they're going to take a loss on that business loan, but they're putting business into their community.
Yes.
Is there any way to finagle a system to where we only get our interest stuff set up through Japan? Like if we want to finance a house or a car, something like that, can we go through Japan secret channels?
Basically, what Seth's saying is, does you know any good Japan realtors?
Yeah, Japan only services Japan. You can't open a business, Bubba. You can't move to Japan. No. They are. You can't move to Japan and open a business. They will only let Japanese
And guess what Japanese
open.
say about it? We know it's not. We know it's racist, and we know it's not right. But you.
Yeah, you guys bombed us with a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, screw
so
you.
F off.
Isn't that amazing? The ones that we came in there, Johnny Bully Willie had 2 big ass bombs. We actually flashed Grandpa on the side of the wall. I mean, like some people actually were burned so bad that the image of themselves would be flashed into the wall that they were walking by. So, like, if they were walking downtown, Lemmy, you just literally insinuate, just became dust, and before you became dust, like your image would be flashed up on the brick wall behind you. That's crazy. And that's all the remnants you have of Grandpa. That's it.
Well, listen, the Japanese.
So they don't think that when those people whose mom and dad and grandpas got killed by World War II became in power, like right now, that they don't remember what we did to Grandpa and Grandpa.
Yeah, but they picked the fight. It's like they
love us.
They do love us now, and we've been really good allies with them. But they picked the fight kind of like Gaza picked the fight with Israel.
Now, does Japan have a good army and navy?
They did. We castrated it afterwards.
Yeah, but you got to think Japan was doing exactly what Germany was doing.
No, but since they're our ally, wouldn't we want? Hold on, since don't we want our allies to be kind of strong, and we subsidize a lot of our allies
up to a point?
Okay, so like Italy is, for instance, an ally, right?
Yes.
Does that mean that they will? We don't have to give the Italian army, planes and stuff, but they probably have to allow us to have a base on their soil.
We have multiple bases in Italy, and they fly American planes.
Right.
I believe.
So when do we try to have a base at all of our allies?
Yes, we have a base almost in every single country in the world.
Really?
Yes, we have a base in probably all but about maybe 10 countries in the whole world. Yeah, we've got more bases than any other power in the world. And each probably 280 bases overseas.
And does each one of those bases have full blown airplanes and tanks? And
I think some of them are like that base on Gandhi, right by the bridge.
Yeah,
where it's just maybe 50 people, but they have entities everywhere.
China's coming though.
Is China coming for us?
Oh, yeah. They're building a lot of ports in South America.
So what does that mean? They're coming for us?
They're challenging us, and they're challenging us in a very non-confrontational way, just like Lummy's saying. They have integrated themselves into so many different countries, infrastructure plans, and in trade, they get bases, and they get places and ports so that they can expand their influence. And they've done a good job with it.
When are they going to take Taiwan?
I think they have the next 4 months to do it.
Hold on. Does America support Taiwan or China?
They walk the line. They kind of support Taiwan, but not to the point where it pisses off China.
That's impossible.
Well, China's taking over Mexico. Just watch.
Well, China's taking over Mexico, too.
Yeah, they're building a lot of military bases there.
Man,
right
why
now.
we all got to be... See, that's... You know what? Whoever invented us, like back to the alien deal... Why do you got us wanting to take people? Why can't we just be happy with our own little territory? Why can't we? Why can't China just be like, you know what? We got a lot of land here.
A lot of land.
A lot of land.
Resources.
A lot of people. You know, we got our little lane here in the world. We're pretty damn good making money.
Well, Taiwan's in, like, I know they claim it's theirs, and it's like a great spot, I think, like, strategically for the military, too, isn't it? I feel like.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, like China goes, listen, Taiwan, this whatever.
Taiwan, Schmaiwan.
Let them be poor little things down there. There's not a lot of them, so it's a beautiful little spot, and strategically it makes sense. But since we all love each other, what are we worried about? And then Putin goes, I don't really need these territories,
in the Ukraine.
Yeah, How about this, Zelensky? You and I go on camera tomorrow. We say, hey, listen, this is a whole big yippee-yo. And you know what, Zelensky, you give me one country, I'll give you one. There's two of them that he wants. Isn't it, Lummy? I think there's two main
parts of Ukraine.
Yeah,
Yes.
and they're already like pretty much they speak Russian and the whole 9 yards, and so Putin thinks that he should be taking them over.
They've been Russian for 100 years, Bubba. If you look at old World War I maps, the line is right where the line is now.
So where did it get changed? In the 50s?
No, the problem was when World War II was over, and you just had the USSR. The borders between the countries were not as important. And if you look at the early World War I, post-World War I borders, the border between Ukraine and Russia was where the line is right now, where where the standoff is. And that right-handed eastern, fifth of the country was really Russia. And they made an arbitrary line after World War II.
Did they have like a Treaty of Versailles or something like that?
Yeah, they all drew lines, and the point after World War I.
All right, so why don't we go back to where the line was drawn?
That's what Russia says. That's where it was supposed to be, and Ukraine's like, no, that's ours. And so that eastern part of Ukraine speaks almost pure Russian. They identify as Russian. It used to be Russia, and like I said, during the USSR, it was irrelevant.
So
but now that it's separate countries, it matters.
When did Ukraine kind of inch in there and get it?
After World War II, and after the USSR broke up, that line was drawn right after World War II.
After Ronnie says knock the wall down?
Right, then that line became more important.
Isn't that the event that kind of broke up Russia?
It was this whole event that broke up Russia.
Right, I mean,
taking down the wall broke up the USSR.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was the domino effect that needed where all these little countries around Russia that have formed were formerly Russia, and they wanted to become their own countries, and it took the wall getting broke down in order to do that, right?
The whole thing fell apart after that.
And was Ronald Reagan like adamantly militarily like what if that didn't go so swell for him? What if whoever was in charge, it was the guy with the big birthmark?
Gorbachev?
Yeah, what if Gorbachev says, "No, I will not, if you break this wall, I consider it an act of war. I will come after you, Ron Reagan."
I think
it was Ron Reagan putting his ball sack out against Gorbachev, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he knew that the USSR was broke.
Well, yeah, exactly. I think there was a money leverage there, and they probably what they said is you break up, we'll help you.
So, or maybe they owed so much, and the USA be like, listen, you go along with this. Let Ronnie Reagan look like the Rock, and I mean, really, right? I mean, couldn't you be any more over? You're the guy that's going to liberate a part of a communist country where people don't want to be told what to do and live under the communist rule. They just want to be, free and have their own government. So, if you're the guy that single-handedly can take responsibility of buffaloing and making the president of Russia be afraid of you and your almighty, because we were at that. I mean, we were militarily wise, man. Remember, man, Ronnie Reagan liked to spend the military dollars. He really did, man. We had all kinds of cool stuff. That's when we started the B-1 bomber technology.
Star Wars.
And so you're the guy, man, that says, knock that wall down. Whew. Think about how much hot Ukrainian ass when Ronnie could have gotten that night.
Probably did.
Yeah. So, Dan, we get him to knock the wall down, and then that's where all these countries start developing.
Right.
I can't really. I can't really see. But are these all the countries?
All the ones that are colored were all part of the USSR.
Okay, Estonia,
Yep.
Latvia,
Yep.
Lithuania,
Those are the 3 Baltic states.
Belarus, Ukraine.
Don't forget Moldova.
Okay, Moldova. Man, that's a small little country.
I know,
isn't it?
it's like Switzerland.
What's
It's
about the size of
useless.
Dan's house?
I know, it's
the whole
tiny.
entire country. All right, Dan. Let me. And then now, do you?
Georgia, Armenia.
No, Georgia did.
Yeah.
Georgia,
And Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan,
Uzbekistan.
Turkmenistan.
Uzbekistan.
All these rest of the ones.
The stands.
Turkmenistanian.
So let me. All of those countries told Russia, "We're out."
Yeah, they pretty much saw how East Germany was going, and they're like, "We want freedom."
Right, and it was essentially ground-based grassroots revolution.
Yeah.
Dan, why isn't Putin messing with? This is the big country I'd want back. Why isn't he messing with
No
them?
port.
Oh, there's no port.
They need the port. They need the water access.
Yeah, but
they
hold
need
on.
warm
The Black Sea.
water access.
So Ukraine, they want this little nipple part of Ukraine, right?
Yep.
That's what they want.
That is
But
priceless
what
to them.
does that take you all throughout
Yeah,
here?
the Black Sea connects to the Mediterranean Sea.
And that's
you
what
can
they
go all
want.
the way out to the ocean.
Yep.
That's what they're looking
From
for.
right here.
And so, and that right side of Ukraine,
And
like I said, it was all Russian.
And so, hold on. And Galinsky, or whatever his name is, he knows how important that is to his commerce, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's probably...
He needs it too.
He needs it too. Technically, it is his.
Right.
Don't they have a treaty from like 1954 or something, Lummy, that went and redefined the current lines? There is an agreement for that, isn't there?
There is. I'm not sure what year it was. I think they've re-upped it in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, they even re-upped it in the 90s.
They've been fighting over that line for 100 years.
What finally makes Putin stop?
One through the head.
Money or one through the
I was
head.
going to say die.
You think Trump to get him to like listen, Putin, let me just tell you something. You need to stop with all that nonsense.
Arguably, it belongs to Russia. It should be Russian. And if you go with the mantra of how we tried to draw borders after World Wars I and II, it goes to Russia. So it should just be Russian. Be done. Okay, you guys obviously can't take that land back. It's been 2 years now. You're floundering. How many more people have to die? How much more billions of dollars has to be pissed away from our economy to their pockets? Just draw the line and be done. Go home. God, move on.
Yeah, Galinsky says no.
Well, he's being a dick.
Is it
And
just
he's
too much
just,
pride?
he should go back to his comedy act and hang out with some comedians instead of trying to run a country. He's a moron. He's in way over his freaking head. And all he does is come over here begging for my money so that he can fund his interests. I'm over it.
You think what? So
Zelensky can suck
you think
it.
You think Trump rolls in and says, Zelensky,
You're a fool.
I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna tell you right now. You might want to go back to your comedy act, or it was real good. And
go with the naked guys.
Very, very tremendous.
Maybe give them some money to rebuild their country. No more weapons and just stuff.
Here's some money for you to go ahead and rebuild all the stuff that got bombed and everything. But that little port area, and hold on, that's going to be Putin's. Okay, my man. I don't want to hear any.
All right, we got to go. Bye.
I don't want to hear any. I don't want to hear any.
Just want to tell you.
I don't want to hear any more stuff about it. I don't want to. No more bombs. No more nothing like that.
Stop flying over here.
No more flyover. Oh yeah, listen. Stop coming over here too, okay? Because we require more than just a green tank top, a t-shirt. Okay. You got to see Zelensky. You got to show respect. And when you walk into the Capitol building and you're wearing a tank top like you're a janitor, I just don't think that's being respectful to the American public. So you're fired.
You should fire him.
You're fired.
He's a puppet. He was a puppet of America anyway. He was an American puppet brought in there purely to disrupt the current regime.
They give McGillicuddy $20. Yeah,
What's up, Big?
Because the guy running Ukraine before was pretty peaceful.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah,
Whatever.
So it was our own coup,
Listen,
and then
hold on.
we're pissed about it.
Hold on. Who cares? Like, who cares what the hell happens over there? We might want to take a step back and say, Ukraine, schmishmain.
Well, can I ask a dumb question?
Got good-looking girls.
Okay, but who cares? Yes, ask the stupidest question of all.
When we give, whether it's Israel, or Ukraine, or whomever, when we, give them money or give them weapons, are they buying them from us?
No.
It depends. That's a good question, Seth. It depends.
It is on credit.
Well, first of all, war credits are never paid back. You know, none of the war debt from World War II or World War I was paid back. Just a small fraction of it. So it's a fool's loan.
No loans are paid back because newsflash, we owe China $34 trillion. If they call that loan, that's why China owns us.
Right.
We don't have the ability.
At least they're cool about it, though.
To pay, I mean, is our
golden handcuffs.
I mean, Dan, what is our country even worth?
I don't know, but it probably maybe $50 trillion. But we owe China. The reason that we and China aren't going to fight each other is because we owe them money, and they want their money.
Right.
So we know that the last thing they want to do is destroy. You don't kill the guy that owes you $100.
We stay right on that third payment limit. They don't repossess until 4 payments. if you just stay 3 payments late, they will not. I never have experienced that, thank God, but was told that by a repo guy who deals with the bank, and he's like, listen, man, they'll give you don't you let it go a day over 3 months because they'll hook it then. But if you can stay right at that 2 and 3 month behind period, now you're blowing your credit all to hell, of course.
But they're good with that.
But they won't hook it until you're 4 behind. So if you only stay 3 behind, just for those scoring at home, having a little bit tough time paying the truck payment, you know.
Try to make it to
or the other thing is, don't send in a full payment. Send in like something. I don't think they can technically I think the repo laws are different for that too. I think. Now, I'm sure there's going to be an expert in chat that works in finance that's going to tell me how stupid I am. There'll be a thread about it later today, but I'm assuming that like if your truck payment was $500, rather than to stay 3 months behind, which at that point, you know, they could call it at any time. Supposedly they don't hook it. Maybe send in your truck payments, you know, $500. Maybe 1 month send in like $300, and then the next month send in like $325, and then the next month send in like $250, and then the next month send in like $500, like you actually made the payment. You know what I'm saying? It's like two half pays with a full pay. I got to think that might keep them off you. Like, Dan, they know, like, you're paying on that car, so like it's a pain in their ass to have to when a bank repossesses a car, it's a pain in the ass for them.
Oh yes.
And they have to go. First of all, they got probably what, Lummy, $400 or $500 they have to pay the tow truck company.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, and then that tow truck company usually charges them an impound fee.
Right.
So because that impound fee,
$500 a month at least.
No, sometimes it's $100 a day.
Wow, that's $3,000 a month.
So they got to get that car, you know, to a used. I don't even know what happens. Like, let me once.
Then they inspect it.
Yeah, that goes to the auction.
They inspect it, make sure that it, like, you know, it's kind of taken care of.
So Dan, look at all the costs involved in that. Or, you know, a guy's making half payments and full payments, and he's still paying us. We're still getting paid for this car.
They don't want it because it's upside down.
Right.
You know what I mean? They know the car's upside down. Cars, you know, the average car is a horrible, horrible investment. And so they don't want that responsibility.
No.
They know after a year that car's worth less than they owe on it.
Right. But, you know, if you put a whole bunch down, and, you know, people are driving around with some positive equity in their cars.
They'll hook those.
$5-6 grand. But I got to think, Dan, they got to have $5 or $6 grand of equity because it costs at least that much and headaches.
Probably two at least.
2 to 3. It probably takes them $2 to $3 grand to get it off the street and at the auction.
Right. And how many cars are up $3 grand in equity?
Not a lot.
Nope.
I'm
Those
just
are the
saying.
ones I'm telling, though.
So, like, they're hardly going to hook your car, man, if you just pay them a little something.
I'm down bad on my Fusion.
How bad?
I don't know. I don't even know. I try not to look. I just make the payments and then hoping one day Phoebe will tell me that's the last one I have to make.
That's it?
Yeah.
Or that's in the Gulf.
How many years have you had that?
Oh, God, I think you financed it for 15.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Bubba, the other reason I think that there were aliens is when you have carvings on pyramids on 2 different continents on the opposite sides of the world, and the carvings are the same, that tells you there was some common denominator.
Where were the other carvings other than Egypt?
He's from all the Mayan carvings.
Oh,
shit.
okay.
Like all in South America and Central America.
I didn't
Tons
know
of
that.
it. They have the same fucking drawings and the same spaceships and shit in the drawings.
I like it. What up, Storage Shed? I believe I can fly. What up, Caviar? You stud. Dutch Duke.
Seth, I'm really into weeds.
I was into weeds.
I'm into weed. I mean, I'm really into it. It's a good show, man. Don't you think?
Yeah, no, I watched it all.
Yeah, I'm saying. You don't think it's stupid I'm watching it, do you?
No.
Just
speak directly to you briefly.
What up, Sally? What up, Neil? Thanks for the message yesterday, Neil. Appreciate it, man.
I might handle a couple of these warm and fuzzy stories here.
Okay.
Before I get into the heavy boxer shit.
I don't know, Tile. It just looks like those guys that they're permanently carrying beers through a crowd. The elbows are just out, just keeping it fucking sturdy. What it do, Paul? Oh yeah, no problem. I think that actually got me out of my funk, so I appreciate you you throwing that message in there. That is true, Daniel. What up, Orlando? You got it, Berto. You're the man as always. I saw Caviar. You saw the stuff on Twitter. I saw the Damian Priest, Rhea stuff. I saw the Wyatt 6. With Raw, I kind of just watched the highlights on Twitter. What up, Chubba?
Gangs. They took all the gang members and put them all in jail. Yeah, which is smart. Yeah, we over there.
No, I want the Sox to keep losing. It's fun. I want all the streaks. Let me see something generational in my lifetime.
This is.
What up, Todd? Jay Bola? Don't panic. It's organic.
I got a list here. Creatine Travis, Lil Wilbur's Afterbirth, Dutch Duke, Grouper Lips, TNT 1560. Good morning. Gonna call you the police. Good morning, Kenny Powers, Rick James, Big Buck, Bart Hutchinson, fan in Orlando, Ryan, Ulette. Oh, that's your last name. Willette. What's up, Rudy? TJ. Gunther. You talking about the race guy? I feel like he's a good McLaren guy, does anything else. Pretty cool. What's up, Bubba's my guy? Berto Perez. CT Firearm. Good morning. Bubba is my god.
Todd Harrington, 33 months.
Caviar.
Morning, Honey Cakes.
What's up, Blummel's defense lawyer? Neil Month, the seer. Xerxes. Bubba, I love that shoulder exercise you showed me. Thank you.
And it's so simple.
It's so fucking simple.
I mean, you know, while you're here, you have to be here anyway.
Right.
It's
Perfect. I don't have that machine.
listener-supported sponge? It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener-supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Where is Seth? Does he just come and go as he pleases? Talk about lack of professionalism.
They get a tinkle.
I mean, come on now. Can you do that everywhere else? Could you do that at 95.3 DAE? Hello? Come on in, just shoveled on air, minute into being live, and you're just shuffling up to your microphone. It's not very professional now, is it, buddy?
He runs this place.
Shut up. Shut up, Dan. Shut up. Seth, why are you rolling in a minute late?
I stayed in here to talk to Chad until somebody else came in here, and then I ran out to go pee.
And did you see the red light on? Like, did you get anxiety, or are you just like, screw it, no big deal?
I mean, dude. I mean, if you know, I got bitched at yesterday multiple times.
For what?
For not cleaning up piss. For not bringing dumper stickers out to the Latin Sons thing. And now rolling in a minute late.
Would you shut up? You didn't get didn't get bitched out for nothing. First of all,
oh, that's please, Bubba.
Secondly,
go watch the first 5 minutes of the show yesterday.
Secondly, you know what? I was mad at my entire group. I was mad at my entire group. First of all, just how we're just gonna sit. Like, we all know about it. Somebody should do something about it. Okay. Secondly, you didn't get bitched out about not putting bumper stickers in the backpacks. I simply said, maybe next year we'll do it. Like, there was no adversarialness or nothing like that. It was just a conversation we were having, and
they're just like, hey, maybe next time you could do that. That'd be great. You know, just since our as everybody that was in the Bubba Army was the ones that donated. You know, maybe we could have some.
That's not how it went. It's not how it went at all. And I remember very nicely making sure that particular topic was closed out nicely by saying, hey, no big deal. Just make sure next year we get them in there if we can. No big deal. Boom. Like, if that's bitching you out, then you and I are going to have a problem.
It's no big deal, but I mean, it's bringing it up. It should just be a positive thing.
It was. It was. It was very much a positive thing. I thanked the Bubba Army for doing it. We then thanked and said, if it wasn't for the Bubba Army, probably wouldn't have been near as successful as it probably ended up being. So thank you, Bubba Army. And then I asked if you put bumper stickers, and you said no. And I was just like, okay, well, next year, let's see if we can get them in there. I made sure specifically not to make you feel bad or as if I was getting on you. I tried to deliver it in a friendly way. That was my intent. I don't know how, I think fundamentally if I can't even have a nice suggestion to you and that causes anxiety and that's caged, or I'm sorry, quoted as being bitched out, I don't think that's going to be healthy, because I didn't bitch you out at all. Not one bit did I bitch you out. You think I bitched you out yesterday?
I don't think it was anything was positive, really.
Okay. I mean,
And then again, when I'm walking in here a minute late, I mean, sorry. Do I need to be sent home? I mean, I was
we're just trying to create. We're just trying to create shtick. We're just trying to create a little bit of heat.
But then Dan says, I run this place, and then that's...
I was joking, man.
But that's what people think when they hear this shit, man.
Oh, watch your lane.
I'm sorry, Seth. Forgive me, please.
No.
But
I'm
hold
so
on.
sick of this, man.
No, I know. And so, I got to manage it. I got to manage it. That's what none of you guys appreciate, is that every one of you have a little hard-on or a problem with potentially another person or not, or you're just absolutely straight mental in some way, shape, or form. All of us comes in different shapes and sizes, but it all comes down on me. Whatever your issue is with either me or somebody else here, it comes back to me. I'm the one responsible for it. It hurts me the most to know that you're, whatever particular person so miserable that now we're having this conversation. You think I want to have this conversation?
Michael Rucker, 20 Cash App.
like, Seth, I think that you're like being way overly sensitive over you were a minute late. And I thought you would take it as us getting heat with you, but now we're here. Now we're at this place where we're at each other's throats and it's uncomfortable and we're not happy.
And you weren't really mad, Bubba. You were just playing, right? You weren't really mad.
He knows when I'm mad. He knows when I'm mad. Me saying, "Oh, look who's a minute late." Oh, big Seth, big rolling up in here, big balling. Like, I mean, it's not like, let me tell you something, Seth. You will never be late again. I am tired of you being late. Who the hell do you think you are? Come on now. Jesus, if you're going to just roll up in here and not respect this job and you're going to be late willy-nilly, then I don't need you. Maybe you need to take the day off. Maybe you need to think about it. Do you even still want to work here anymore? Do you like working here? Do you want to quit? Is there something I don't
talk about being sensitive?
No.
There can't be issues on the show, and then it has to go to the extreme if I don't want to be here.
Don't tell me that I want to that I bitched you out. That's a bitch out. That's what a bitch out is. Me being jovial about you being late is us working. And I didn't. And then what really pissed me off is that you said for 2 days I've been bitched out now. And I'm like, I take offense to that. I take offense to whatever type of constructive conversation I may have with you that you instantaneously have called it a bitch out when I've not bitched you out. I gave you an example of a bitch out. You've never heard that tone from me since you've been back. Since you've been back, you've never heard that tone from me, ever. In fact, we, talk about a lot of business things as friends. And so I would never speak to you in that manner. And that's not the manner that it was delivered. So I don't appreciate you saying that I bitched you out, because I didn't. I didn't bitch you out.
Okay. I chose the wrong word.
No, and don't just sit there defeated either.
I'm not defeated. I'm not.
Let's just pick it up from here and have a good show, if we can.
I think that we can.
So hopefully, we can sit here and have a pretty good show. I thought we were having a good show prior. I think we probably need a break. There you go. We can come back with some good stuff, okay?
Sounds good.
Back in a minute.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
And kneel down to his ear. Sorry, your lips. So clear rubs. Look at Chef Chris Sherrill. What's up, Uncle Eric? Eric, I'll see you here soon, buddy. Cheryl. What's up, Jeff on from Destin? Good morning, Paul Rogers. KC Chiefs 2869, 41 months. Thank you. Oh yeah, SB. Let's see here. I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry. I love you. I don't want that to do. What's up, Primetime Toys? What's up, Justin Keeler? Cool. Thank you. Huh? What do you think, Nikki? I was actually looking at that yesterday on my bookie on the odds.
What's what? Who? What?
Oh,
VP candidates? You were betting on that?
No. Nick D was asking about the college futures, NFL division winners, the odds. And I was looking at it yesterday on my bookie, seeing where the odds were.
A listener-supported sponge. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Lummy, I think our fine friends at Sunbelt, I think the one is Kevin the guy you deal with?
Yes, Kevin.
Kevin.
Yes.
I got a hold of Bob. Bob's like the global, like Bob's the man.
Oh, Bob's the big guy.
I think Bob, I think in the overall Sunbelt thing of things, I hope I'm not wrong. I think Bob runs Florida.
Oh, yeah, Bob does.
Yeah.
Bob's
So
big
that's
time.
pretty much a slinging D right there. You know what I'm saying?
Bob has moved up. He is big time.
Bob is big time, and his wife Carla. Have you seen her knockers?
yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
maybe that's kind of inappropriate. But anyway,
Bob's a cool guy.
I think they're bringing us a high reach.
Awesome.
For Saturday's sign install. And I'm really excited about how this new sign's going to look. Of course, it's the same dimensions as the other sign. So we're simply replacing our old sign.
Repairing it. Yes.
Exactly. I mean, it goes into the same space. If the city of Tampa wants to come inspect my sign, come on down, my friend. So anyway, Lummy, it's going to be beautiful. I cannot wait to get that up.
You have a picture of it?
No, it's all wrapped up. It's in here somewhere. There's
it's in the
the gym. And then behind me, where those two Bubba Army flags are, Lummy, now, which look, they look all right. But Doc made me 2 more lighted Bubba Army signs, like the ones that we already have in here.
Yes. Like the red ones?
Yeah, they're going to be, that's going to be the boom, boom. There are going to be 2 red signs there. So then and then I think if the water goes down, which the water's going down pretty good, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That we should be able to get into those storage units and then really, really be able to create some extra storage space and
it will look good.
Get this place ready for, because we got to start thinking about BARP.
Yes, we do.
And we really do. What are we going to do with the equipment? Are we just going to have to rope it? We're going to have to I don't think people can be on the equipment.
No.
I don't want people touching my equipment. So I'm going to have to put caution tape.
What equipment are you referring to?
The gym.
Are you?
Oh, that equipment.
Are you an idiot?
Bubba thinks people are going to want to hit the pec deck when they're at.
Are you an idiot? We're talking about the studios and everything.
Well, you're talking about the red signs in this part of the studio, and I'm thinking, what part of the equipment in here are you worried about people touching? No one goes back there.
Well,
I didn't know you were talking about the gym. I'm sorry.
What's the only thing that's changed in this building since last BARP?
Oh, there's been a couple changes.
Well, yes, there has been. You could say podcast table.
Yes,
you could say,
that's what I really thought you were trying to protect was that area.
But the major thing was we brought the Clem gyms now here.
Right.
And so, and it's pretty cool. So you're right, Seth. I can't have just, but maybe Iggy wants to go pop his chest real fast,
Well, maybe come here an hour early and get your workout in. If you're Bubba Army royalty, we can open up the gym for pictures and workouts an hour early.
Here's the deal, Seth. Maybe we could make that a Saturday morning thing. Anybody that would like to work out at the Clem gym, it's
Well, it's gonna be like a Saturday morning park yoga deal.
That's not a bad idea, Bubba.
You're gonna train everybody.
That's actually a good idea.
Okay, listen. So we give them something to do Thursday night, right? And Seth, we give them something to do on Friday night.
Right.
And then we give them the festivities, and the main party is on Saturday. A lot of times, if you're going to a conference or something, they'll have that little Saturday morning get-together, like coffee and donuts or some kind of deal if you're at a conference. If
that's probably more the speed, I think, of
donuts instead of weights.
What people are looking for.
Okay, well,
I mean, maybe you got donuts.
There's probably... I can think of probably no less than 15 dudes of the Bubba Army that would be at BARP that might want to work out Saturday morning with me, for an hour. The gym, we're from 12 to 1.
Cardio and coffee.
No. Do I look like a cardio kind of guy?
Well, I'm just because I'm just like cars and coffee.
Alliteration.
How about Clem and coffee?
Okay, it doesn't make sense, but
it does.
Well, it does.
Whose event is it?
Clem's.
Okay. Shut up, Dan. Wish I had one of those buttons today. Save me a lot of grief. Idiot. Straight idiot. Just blabbing stupid stuff just to be heard. Then knowing I have to pay for the consequences.
You don't like alliteration, Bubba?
You're
That's
supposed
king.
to make my life easier, Dan, not harder. With your snide-ass zookeeper comments. Please, Dan, think. You know what, Lummy? I may have to do like half the Gene Lasker rule with Dan. Think about what you're going to say. Think about it again, then don't say it. With Dan, I might need to go with, think about what you're going to say. Think about it again. Then if you really think it's good, say it. But if you think you could get heat for it and cause Bubba irritation, then don't say it. And one would think that you're educated enough to be able to play by those rules, wouldn't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Is this all from the cardio and coffee?
No, it's just
Is it everything else?
I think the machine too.
Okay.
The machine. Yeah, just whatever. And I'm not trying to get on you, Dan.
It's okay.
Do you want to remove the equipment before everybody comes in here?
No, thank you, Seth.
Way.
No, let's not do that
we're just gonna have it roped off.
Yeah, we could just rope off it and have the walkway.
Yeah.
There's no walkway.
Yeah.
Just like keep the aisle.
Yes,
Yeah, just-
exactly.
You may need to move one machine.
No, we're not moving no machines.
Listen, if 200 people can't keep their hands off one machine, I mean, we got problems.
Like, has a velvet rope ever stopped the Bubba Army before?
Well, it's gonna.
It's
'cause
going
I'll
to
have
when Iggy
somebody
kills
there.
them.
I'll put Iggy. What? Stand behind this weight. You can use it half the time, be pumping on it, but then the other half, I want you posted up, and if anybody gets in this area, smash him in the face. Iggy would be like, man, I can't sign up for that job fast enough. I got to lift weights and smash people in the face. That's what Iggy's life mantra is.
You don't think Stein's going to want people in there lifting weights, benching, getting drunk so he can get some content?
Yeah, but no. I don't know.
Macho Man seems pretty irritated that people will touch it, so he'll kick some people's
Listen,
ass.
here's the deal, man.
He doesn't even use it.
Here's the deal.
He likes
A lot of people, when you own your own stuff, sometimes you don't like people pawing on it. So one of the reasons why you own your own stuff is so that you don't have to go to a public place and use a piece of equipment that 46 people before you used and sniffed and picked their boogers and licked and wiped their ass and whatever with their greasy ass hands. And I think if you go to a public gym, you literally have to carry a towel and a squirt bottle to every position you go to.
Yes.
And so, it's good having your own stuff. After I get done using my stuff, I wipe it all down. I leather condition it. I put WD-40 synthetic on all the pulleys and all the it's my stuff. I don't know if I want everybody just pawing at it. So, Little Wilbur's Afterbirth trying to bench press, 250 on the Smith machine for Alex Stein live on his on his X channel, and Little Wilbur's Afterbirth can only do 190, and he takes it off the Smith machine, and it caves his chest in, to the point where it smashes his heart. Next thing you know, I got a lawsuit.
So are you worried about liability? Are you worried about wear and tear in the machines? Or are you worried about catching cooties from some random person?
Yes. All three.
Okay.
Should we put sheets on the machines,
No,
Bubba?
we're not gonna.
like an old house.
We're just gonna put
just to fool people that there's nothing there.
We're just gonna have a walk. We're just gonna have a walkway with a sign system that says "Do not enter, restricted zone."
If you go in there, you get kicked out.
Yeah, and if you go in there, you're getting kicked out. And I could just no. We need that. We kind of need that green room area because there's people that congregate in there and watch the game. Usually the game's going on in there.
Oh yeah.
Or the studio. Or I think did we have a game outside? Did we have a TV outside last year, Lummy? In the
not last year.
Not last year. No.
Okay, maybe we can have a TV. That portable TV, Lummy, because Lummy, from now till Barb, we will have scheduled and been rained out on 2 to 3 Cash Cube appearances.
Yes, easy.
We got the next one that is scheduled is the October 4th Morgan Wallen deal, which was rescheduled from the other one we were supposed to have.
It barely ever rains in October, though.
Okay, Dan.
It's a better month to plan for.
My cockiness and arrogantness of don't worry about it, ain't gonna rain. You'll never hear me say that again.
Just don't say that, between June and Labor Day.
Dan, you have to do events between June and Labor Day.
We just picked a weird time of year to do all of our events, I think.
Yeah,
in the last couple months.
Well, the next one we'll see, Lummy. We got till October 4th, and then the next event. Now, let me ask you a question: Do we bring the Cash Cube to the Content House?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So, if we were playing a board game, and they'll be like, hey, you know what? The winner not only, wins, but the winner gets, 15 seconds in the Cash Cube.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, for sure. With everybody coming over there, you should, have competitions. Whoever goes in there gets the most money, they get to keep it. Other person has to throw it back. Yeah, we'll let the Cash Cube shine, baby, and we'll have it inside.
Yeah, and what if it's crashing against their ceiling and we're messing up their popcorn ceiling and we get a $1,500 damage deposit?
Well, then those 1 to 2 extra special people that we're going to let come over need to be handymen.
Oh, okay.
Make sure it's Big Red.
Red.
Yeah, make sure it's Big Red coming over, and he'll bring a can of popcorn spray
to
fix it.
I think we're going to be okay. We don't want to rig it so that it's Big Red. We can't rig it at all. We can't rig the contest at all. All we're going to have to do, Lummy, when we finally figure out what... Now, Lummy, this is what, November 15th, Friday, November 15th. We have a content house somewhere on the west side of Orlando, and all of us are going to be there. And the event scheduled, Lummy, is Friday night, kind of a party. We're just going to stay in the house, do various things. It's got a hot tub, ping pong. We're going to, by the way, we'll be live on our YouTube channel. We're just various games. And Lummy, that we're going to have it sponsored by, Domino's Pizza, of course. Tom Bean's chipping in and doing that. And then,
nice.
And then, just all of us doing things. And we got like ping pong. They got a swim. They got jacuzzi. Lummy, they got a pool. Trampoline. Basketball. They got all that. Lummy, so we're live on that deal. And how many listeners did we say we're going to? Three.
With their...
3 with a +1.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Lummy, the only way we're going to be able to do this is to put them in remember that wheel that Caveman, I think even Rhett gives it to me, the Wheel of Misfortune. Remember that?
Yeah, the one on, yep.
Yeah. I think we really got to just do it that way. Right? I mean, because otherwise, you're going to create, it's the only fair way. Yes, would we like to have Big Red there in case we got some damage?
He'll come over anyhow later on.
Yeah, just give him the address. He'll be there on Sunday when we're out of there.
That's right.
Big Red, what? Hey, we're on our way back to Tampa. We're in Lakeland, but here's an address. We give him the address of our rental home that you were not allowed to go in because you weren't one of the lucky people selected on the random prize wheel. But we have get a hold of here, Lummy.
Yeah.
Tell Red what we need fixed.
Yep.
Hey, Red, we need the entire living room popcorn ceiling fixed, and then Dan's bedroom door has a hole in it, and whatever.
Yeah, I was treating that door like J.D. Vance treats a bed or a couch.
Morning Zoo on Z100.
Big hole in the door.
That was strong, Bubba. He went against his party on that joke. I think
So you think
I'm just letting you know.
So you're you're the voice. You're kind of the union rep.
I know he's been accused of gargling Trump's you know what, but I'm just saying that was a J.D. Vance couch banging joke. People are not happy about that.
So he went against party rule
for a joke.
For the show. There you go, Dan. Dan, very rarely do you get one of your zookeepers reversed to a correct, but you got one.
Thanks, Seth.
You got it, man. I hope I'm right.
Lummy, Harrison, is it Bucker?
Buckner.
Buckner?
Yeah.
There's no, it's not like. Butker. Remember Billy Buckner that played for the
Chicago Cubs?
Yeah, but what's he most known for?
The Red Sox.
When he was with the Red Sox, was it Mookie Betts? I don't know who it was. It was some dude.
Mookie Wilson?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Was it game 6?
Yeah, because they lost in game 7.
And because the Mets could have the Red Sox could have closed it out on game 6.
Yes, they could have.
And it was just a little blooper that went down the first base line, but it went fair of the first base, and then it was kind of heading foul, so it was a fair ball, and it wasn't hit might have been hit like 27 miles an hour, and all Bill Buckner had to do was grab that ball like he did 400,000 times prior to his career, and step on first. That's all he had to do.
He had some bad knees.
He had a guy on second, so that would have been, but it was 2 outs. And that was bottom of the 9th. Let me because they went to extra, and Bill Buckner lets it go through his glove, and the guy from second scores, and then the guy that got a single, Lummy, ends up scores, and I don't know if they won the ball game or it went to extra.
No, they won, and I know the Red Sox lost that one.
The Mets won.
Yeah.
And R.I.P. to Bill Buckner.
Did he die?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Can I tell you this? I got to go to words. I'm way late.
Only you could rip off a Bill Buckner story trying to talk about Harrison Butker.
That's right. I got Harrison Buckner on the back. Well, listen, you poor kickers. This guy here is the guy that went to a commencement speech. He's a Christian, and he believes in the Bible. He believes in it whole. He tries to live his life according to the Bible. And it's like women are supposed to stay home and have kids and keep the house clean.
Nah, it's not exactly what he said.
Well, that's what they make it sound.
Yeah, that's what they make it sound.
He
That's
just said
what clickbait makes you think.
What he really said is that women should prize the option of that. It's not that you have to do that, but that is a noble path to life. And if it weren't for that, there would be no families and no children. And he wasn't talking to the world. He was
I want to
talking
speak directly to you briefly
he was talking
because
to them.
I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. I'm on this stage today and able to be the man I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation. I'm beyond blessed with the many talents God has given me, but it cannot be overstated that all of my success is made possible because a girl I met in band class back in middle school
and gave me oral in the tuba shed.
Would convert to the faith.
Band camp.
Become my wife.
Girl gave me oral at band camp
Is
because
there
a girl gave me oral at band camp.
Is there a tuba shed, really?
Yeah, of course there's a tuba shed.
No, for real, because they're so damn big, so they could almost get the entire band's instruments in one shed, but they could never get the tubas in there as well.
It's usually the tuba and the drums.
They had to, and at Warsaw High School, it was called the tuba shed because that's where they kept the tubas.
It's so funny. They don't even call it tubas in real life.
In fact, you'd be like, hey man, I saw you. Did you get some Cheeto fingers off that chick? And the tuba shed was way back by the bleachers, Lummy.
Remote?
And it kind of remote by the rest of the band instrument sheds. But the tuba shed was by, hey, did you get some Cheeto fingers off that chick? Yeah, where'd you take her? I took her over by the tuba shed. Wow. You did? Yeah, I've been over by the tuba shed before. It's got and you just, like, the tuba shed kind of was like in a little corner of this big fenced-in area. Like, if you could get behind the tuba shed, and a lot of people couldn't see you. So there's a lot of bad things that happened under, when I was growing up behind the Warsaw High School tuba shed.
Where they stick all the sousaphones.
And embrace one of the
Is that what a tuba is actually called?
That type of tuba, yes. The band tuba is a sousaphone.
Anyway, he says, my wife, she serviced my tuba when I needed it, and now I'm the highest paid kicker in the league. So maybe use my template for a successful family. I just signed a $25.6 million contract.
Yeah, I mean, how can you criticize the guy? He was talking to a very Catholic audience at a Catholic school during their graduation and saying it's okay if your vocation is not to be a CEO of Hooters, but to instead be a mom and a wife. And use your intelligence and your education to raise your children and participate in society in a meaningful way.
That's what Dan's got his wife doing.
That's right.
That's what, Krista pretty much did. Mm-hmm. That's what Candle's doing.
And Krista,
that's old school.
Right,
Krista, the Diacos are doing pretty well, just like Buckner.
Yeah.
And Krista went to college, and she worked for a while, and then she embraced being a mom and a wife. And she did everything. And she can intelligently discuss any topic.
Yep.
And she can sit back knowing that she was a wonderful mom and she's still a good wife.
She's a hell of a wife.
So
hold on. Steve Areno ain't the easiest guy to handle.
No, he's impossible. One level below you.
Hold on. So you're saying that Steve I'm the most impossible
that I've ever met,
and that you've ever met, and Steve's second?
Yes.
I'm the most impossible.
Come on, dude, by a mile.
You know why? Because you
it.
judge me for my radio show.
That's BS. I've known you for 25 years.
But when am I impossible as a friend?
I'm just talking about as a spouse, as a mate. You'd be very tough to be married to or be associated with.
I thought you were talking about friends.
No, you're a great friend, dude. You're honest. You're loving. You're always there. No, you're a perfect friend.
You're saying
you're a mother effer as a boyfriend, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, I'm stiff.
Yeah, I mean,
You're second. You're second, but I'm even stiffer than you.
Yeah,
I'm stiff.
Dude, you're stiff.
Jimmy's
pretty stiff. I'm not second. I'm like third or fourth, man. I'm not that stiff. Jay's stiff. I'm not that stiff.
I'm stiffer than Jimmy.
Yeah.
I've had to come in on Jimmy's situations that he couldn't get done and run the bitch out.
Wow.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, you're stiff.
Like when Jimmy, who's the stiff, when Jimmy couldn't get his girl to get out, they broke. This is years ago.
Yeah, the old Fredo on the dance floor deal.
Yeah. So this is years ago. So hopefully his wife's not mad at him because this happened please. This is like
15.
This is like 1999.
20 years ago.
2000.
Plus. Yeah.
And Jimmy's got this bitch that won't leave. Like he's done with her.
She won't leave.
And she's at the house. And
she won't leave.
She won't leave. She will not leave.
Nope.
And Jimmy just had shoulder surgery. And Jimmy couldn't really, even forcefully kind of like.
He couldn't even throw her stuff out in the driveway.
Right.
He couldn't do anything.
He couldn't lift her suitcase. He couldn't do nothing. He would just be like, will you please leave? I'm done with you. We're broke up. Like, I don't want to be with you anymore. Like, you're a crazy bitch. You are absolutely insane. She's like, I ain't a crazy bitch. He's like, yeah, you are. Just please leave. Here's some money. Just take. I think Jimmy gave her like $500 or something. But like, please. So he calls me up. Bubba, can you come over here? Why? Because I got blankety blank, whatever her name was, Rhonda, my girlfriend. Yeah. Well, we broke up and she will not leave the house. And I just got my shoulder redid. His arm was literally in a sling.
Jeez.
He's like, will you come over here? So I roll up in there. I'm like, listen, Rhonda, see that $500 right there? It's going down $100 for every 15 minutes you can't get your stuff loaded up in your car. You hear me? And you're not spending. I'm like, what are you going to do? Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to take you. I'm going to put my hands around your waist, and I'm going to take you to the first step of the outdoors. I'm going to slam the door and lock it, and you can't get back in. Or you can do it. Start loading your stuff up, and then she got lippy with me. She's like, I said, we're down to 4 now. and Jimmy's like, bro, you're way stiff. I go, shut up, Jimmy. She was like, I go, you 350. I've been with him for 2 years. It's $350. I said, 300.
And that's when she went.
That's when she finally knew that I was at $100. I was going to say nothing, and I was going to bear hug her. It's not to hurt her, and call a cab and have the cab guy witness me, taking her out of the extracting her with her one. I was maybe going to have Jimmy have his one arm. He had a video camera. It's like, videotape me making her leave because she will not leave. We do not want her here, so videotape me. And I was going to bear hug her, not hurting her, taking her outside and taking her one suitcase, taking it outside and locking the door. But she left finally at 300. Yeah. I don't even know what I was talking about. I mean, I think I'm running a little bit late, am I not?
Yeah, you're right there.
Right there?
Right
Okay.
on the leg.
All right.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Oh, cool. Who won the boys' side? The men's?
I'll find it for you. You think it's the men's? Women's, he marks 10.5. Nope, it looks like France won that.
The men's?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Key Vest.
Kay Vist.
Kali.
Kaylee Vist.
Kali Vist.
Nice phrase. Oh. Kuali. Vast.
French one.
Nice local. That way it got giant a few days and it got a little smaller a few
Where do
days.
they do it at? Tahiti?
It's Tahiti. Choco's Tahiti. It's a giant left on a reef. And sometimes it's like 15, 18 feet, and sometimes it's like 5 feet.
Could you surf it?
When it was 5 feet, I could.
Could you try it when it was...
No, I wouldn't. I'd die. Not that good.
Die?
Dude, it throws you into the fucking reef.
I don't know. Oh, into the rehab. Okay.
That's the problem. When you fall, you gotta pray that you don't get like drowned into the reef.
Kind of like Castaway with Tom Hanks.
It happened to me in Indonesia.
That's right, you didn't. Yeah.
Oh, shoot up. That was like a 7-foot wave, 8-foot wave. It wasn't a 15-foot wave.
What's up, Brian Gilson? Hey, Creeds and Travis. Oh, gee. Again.
Thanks, Pat. My nuts. All good, man.
Morning, Abe from Maine. James Lambert.
I appreciate the support. What's up, Brian? Abe?
Rookie.
The guy at Starbucks yesterday put my name as Z-A-T-H when I told him my name was Seth. What up, James?
What's up, CT?
James Lambert. Brian Gilson.
Buckwheat 439060, 5 months.
Danny G. Jonesy. Hey, Bizzle.
What's up, Mendes? Mark. Your boy's gonna prove us wrong here soon.
Night Rider.
What's up, Scott's board? Seth, do you think the White Sox got 22 in them?
Oh, yeah.
Good, because I won a bet with them last night.
Yeah.
I took the money line on Oakland.
They've lost 21 times?
Yeah.
And 22 is the record? 21's the record?
Let me, we do
They're in new record territory.
Super Beats for the night, today through Friday. We didn't do it yesterday. Thank you, Jan Jenocon 1. I mean,
Bubba, if we do this Hall of Fame thing and we talk about Mongo, I just sent you his bedside
Yeah, I was going to
video.
bring that up, and it's so sad.
Oh, well, people were saying they shouldn't have shown it.
I agree.
Oh, come on, man. It's real life.
His wife wanted a show.
That's
real
life shit.
Yeah, but
I know it's this. I know. I mean, it's.
Who is it?
I mean, let's talk about it. Let's
Steve McMichael.
Let's not get it. Let's not lose it right now because it's definitely something I want to talk about.
Night Rider.
What's up, Mitch?
Cheryl. Chip Jones.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
We often think that a more heart-healthy lifestyle means making some huge, big changes. Well, it doesn't. With Super Beat Heart Chews, you can get your daily blood pressure support in just 2 tasty chews a day. And they even promote a heart-healthy energy as well, and it's all without the stimulants. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle all in itself. No pills to swallow, no ingredients to mix or prepare. It's all plant-based, no artificial sweeteners or colors. And you can double your potential with Super Beat Heart Chews. Get a free monthly supply of Super Beat Heart Chews on all bundles and also get a free full-size bag of turmeric. Those shoes are valued at $25. It all starts and stops by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. Again, you're only going to get this exclusive offer only at BubbaLovesBeats.com. Devin Hester this past weekend, as it was the NFL Hall of Fame game.
Tim Albright, $10.
And I would say that the NFL Hall of Fame is, would you say that that's the prestigious Hall of Fame to be in?
I don't.
Like
Is
Cooperstown more prestigious than Canton?
I couldn't compare. I would say they're the same. It's tough to compare.
Okay, and then what's the?
It's not easy to get into really any Hall of Fame.
What's the NBA? The Naismith? I don't even know what the
James Naismith.
Yeah, I don't even know what the NBA is kind of late to the game in the Hall of Fame deal because
where is their Hall of Fame?
I don't know. I think it's in Massachusetts or
Dr. Dan's mic's off.
Oh, it is?
So yeah, it's in Massachusetts, Springfield, Massachusetts.
Yeah, there you go, Springfield, Massachusetts. And then so you got football, baseball. Where's the Hockey Hall of Fame?
I'm gonna guess
where?
Canada?
Yeah, sure, it's in Canada. It's got to be.
I hope so.
Let me ask.
Toronto.
It's in Toronto. Yeah. But I mean, nobody says, "Hey, I want to go see the hockey." I'd want to go to
probably the Canadians.
I'd want to go to Canton, and then Cooperstown would be my first and second.
I've heard Cooperstown is awesome.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, because it's a whole the whole city. I guess it's a whole little little quaint little town there, and then the Baseball Hall of Fame's kind of plunked right in the middle. So
they've kind of built a little town around the Hall of Fame.
And Cooperstown's been around for how long? I mean,
wonder who the very first person ever to be inducted into Cooperstown was.
Jesus.
And what Jesus?
Perfect. Was Thorpe the first one in the football?
I don't know. We can probably ask. Or Lemmy can.
The first 5 members in the MLB Hall of Fame in 1936 were Ty Cobb, Babe Ruth, Horace Wagner, Christy Matheson, and Walter Johnson.
Wow. And it was in 1933?
1936.
1936. When was the NFL Hall of Fame established? Hey, Alexa, when was the NFL Hall of Fame first opened in Canton, Ohio? She get that one. 50s.
From Wikipedia.org. Canton was enshrined as the home of the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1963.
That late. I said 50s.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that late.
Well, I don't think they could have.
Who's the first one?
I don't think they could have done it prior to that because there were two different federations. There were the NFL and the AFL. They didn't merge until 64 or 65.
That makes sense.
It looks like 1963.
Yeah, that's Canton.
Yes, for Canton.
That's what we just said. That's what Alexa just said. Did you not hear?
Well, I was reading off, so I was going to name the first class.
I hope you're having a great day.
Shut up, bitch.
Or should I say, day-o. And that reminds me, I have a new theme featuring that infamous ghost with the most.
Oh, no.
Beetlejuice.
I knew she was going to go to Beetlejuice.
To bring the Beetlejuice movie theme to life, just say, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
You have to say it 3 times.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
No, that's not what we wanted.
You left her hanging, Beetlejuice.
No Beetlejuice, no Beetlejuice, no Beetlejuice. Alexa, no Beetlejuice. Do not charge me for some stupid...
The theme is not enabled.
They're not going to charge you for Beetlejuice.
Did you think Winona Ryder was pretty?
11 former... What?
Back in the day?
Back in the day?
The one that you made out with?
No, that's Winona Judd.
Oh.
I'm talking about Winona Ryder, the one
sorry.
that did Beetlejuice as a kid.
I don't know who Winona Ryder is. Somebody have to show
I
me
don't
a
think
picture.
she was I don't know if she was ever trying to be pretty, Dan. It always seemed like...
But she wasn't ugly.
No. It just seems like...
She's kind of like Anne Hathaway. Anne Hathaway doesn't... She's hot like in a I'm not trying to be hot plain kind of way.
I disagree with you, man. I think she was just beautiful as a kid, too. Anna Hathaway.
Who's the
I
lead?
sent you the Winona Ryder.
Seth, who's the lead in my current miniseries, Weeds? Who's the lead girl? That dark-haired girl. She's cute. Now, I don't know if she's aged well or not. Now, who's this?
Winona Ryder.
Winona Ryder. She's pretty. I think she's pretty. I think she's pretty. Look at some of those pictures. Not everyone.
I mean
not there.
Mary
Come on.
Louise Parker, Bubba, Is Nancy Botwin.
Yeah, let me send me Mary Louise Parker. Let's see. Mary Louise Parker kind of looks like who's this? This is that Winona Ryder chick?
Yeah.
Still.
Is she is she like an actress? And
Yeah, she was in the first Beetlejuice, and she's now the parent in this new Beetlejuice.
Oh, so she went from being a star to now she is just.
Yeah, she's still a part of the star. She's still a star. She's just older now, so it's her kids, and she's the parent. Before she was the kid, and the parent was the chick from.
This chick from
Schitt's Creek.
This chick from Weeds, man. Seth, does she not just have the girl next door, but she can be naughty too sometimes too.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, has she done anything since Weeds?
I've looked it up more. I think more plays and things like that. Nothing too crazy.
Did she make a lot of money on Weeds? You think?
I don't know how much money you make working for Showtime, but it did go for 8 or 9 seasons. So, and I'm sure with the streaming, she's getting at least $10 to $15 checks a month.
Right. Hey Alexa, how much is Mary Louise Parker worth? Still tells everything.
Mary Louise Parker is worth an estimated $16 million.
That ain't a lot,
Also, I can give you real-time notifications on Los Angeles Rams breaking news. Would you like me to do that?
No.
Yeah. Well, what happened?
Sorry.
Puka Nakua's hurt.
Who?
You know.
Yeah, it's not starting the year.
Puka Nakua?
Puka Nakua?
Yeah, Puka Nakua.
I don't even know who Puka Nakua is.
Wide receiver, Hawaiian.
So, anyway, Devin Hester gets. I'll tell you one of my most regretful stories in my entire life, besides missing my sister's wedding, was, and I forget what year, Dion got inducted, and Dion got nominated Dion got put in the Hall of Fame. And Dion calls me up and says, Sponge, I'm going to have my assistant, Melissa, or whatever the hell her name, here's her number. Call her. They got to send you some forms and stuff because I'm going to have you sit down with the family on the field.
Oh, man.
New amount was there $10. You didn't go to the Hall of Fame.
So hold on. I am so stupid. I
can't believe this.
So listen to this. Oh, it's going to make everybody sick to their stomach. So Melissa calls me and she goes, "How many tickets do you need?" And I go 2, because Lummy, I was going to be in Plymouth, Indiana, with Tyler at a quarter midget meet.
In 2011, he got inducted.
Hold on, and I had my private plane, our 414. We're going to fly up there, and we were going to race Friday night, and then my pilot was going to be my guest, and we were going to take I didn't have to drive from Warsaw to Canton. It was only like an hour flight max. I was going to have somebody listen. That's when Dan Atwell was my crew chief. So he was going to crew chief Tyler's car for that for the 3 races I was going to miss, and I was going to fly over Saturday morning. I had a hotel room, get dressed, because he had to wear nice clothes. I had to wear like a sport jacket. And then watch Dion swearing in, and then after, it was supposed to go to like 9 or 10 o'clock. Dan, you've been to one. They have after parties.
Oh yeah, I got to go to 2.
Right.
Derek Brooks and Saps. And I was on the field for both. It was an incredible experience.
Right. So you can truly know what I was. I was set up to be that guy.
Wow.
And so, Lummy, I got all my credentials. I got everything.
Yeah.
I even have called into Canton. My pilots even called into Canton, Canton Private Airport, and got us like a tie down spot for $100. They try, because a bunch of people are flying in private, so
that weekend
they'll make you pay. Usually they don't charge you nothing, but so I paid for my tie down spot. Promised to take on fuel. Lummy had to all the flight stuff, already. Laid out, hotel. I actually had my credentials in hand, so I didn't have to go there and try to find somebody. I had all my credentials, field pass, whole 9 yards. I was going to be, with Dion's family, and we're racing Saturday morning. We had to leave like at 9 in the morning, Lummy. Okay, in order to get there. before everything started and everything like that. Like I think Dion had like a private get together with friends and family.
Right,
like,
they do that. They
yes.
have everyone that's inducted has their own little room with a private little get together with the team and the family,
right,
and friends.
And so that was like at 2:00 or something. And so that's my first obligation, Lummy. And it gets to be Saturday morning. And I just got caught up in the moment of our first race was at 8. And, we won our first race. And I start, scraping tires and making adjustments. Next thing, and Tidwell's like, listen, we got to go. We've got to go. Like, if we're going to make it, we've got to go. And I just like, Mike, I got, and I didn't go.
Wow.
And I didn't go.
They showed. I'm watching it now. They showed his whole entire section. Ice Cube was there.
I know. I had a chance to network with all those people and be part of Dion's. Like, I wasn't going to be in the bleachers up top. I was on the family, sitting next to I was Shiloh, Pilar, Connie, me.
Yeah, you blew it.
Blew it.
Wow.
And Dion to this day never says anything. Like, I did get a hold of him as like I had kind of I kind of lied. It's like I had kind of an emergency situation here at the track, and he's like, "No problem, Big Sponge.
Yeah,
God bless you."
Way to blow me off for the Hall of Fame speech.
I mean,
for a track.
I mean, for a quarter midget race in Plymouth, Indiana, of which the person that I was doing it for doesn't even talk to me anymore.
Did they win at least?
Oh yeah, he won the whole damn thing. He was on TV and everything. Let me remember that time that he's thinking of sponsors and he has to look down at his suit.
Yeah.
That was it. That's the race, the Bob Newton Memorial. I am the dumbest man on the planet.
Oh, Snoop Dogg was his guest too.
When you take,
that's great.
When you choose to go to the Bob and Doris Newton Quarter Midget Memorial in Plymouth, Indiana, and you have field passes and family passes for Deion Sanders' 2011 Hall of Fame induction, you have a private plane to take you to there, and you pick the Bob and Doris Newton Memorial.
Bubba, he was thanking his guest during his speech. He thanked Snoop Dogg and Ice Cube and his wife.
He probably would have thanked
Sponge.
Ain't no sponge like the one I got. That's what he always says.
Ain't
no sponge like the one I got. I've made so many. Maybe they should do a documentary on that. You're just a total F up. Just the stuff that you've messed up. Screw habit. Don't worry about how bad you've been wronged. Let's talk about how much you've wronged yourself, buddy. Look in the mirror, fat ass.
Is that one of your biggest failed to show up events ever?
That and my sister's wedding.
Those are the two?
Those are the only two. And those are pretty traumatic.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them are.
But you showed up for the AVNs every year.
Oh, I'm trying to. I don't know why. I'm hitting. Oh, I hit. Damn it, Lummy! I was trying to go into a high spot, and I was hitting CD 1 and 2 instead of air 1 and 2.
Oh,
look at this! Luckily, this plane didn't go down in flames. Anyway, Lummy, when we come back, Devin Hester. They just had the Hall of Fame ceremonies. Devin Hester, who is regarded as the all-time greatest return man in the history of the NFL. I don't even know that the second place guy is even that close. And former Bear. I think he retired. Did he play his entire career as a Bear?
No, he played with Atlanta for a year or two after.
And that suck.
It's just it's pretty much football now.
I know, but man, you get a guy, like Dick Butkus. It would have been unheard of for Dick Butkus or Ray Nitschke or Bart Starr to finish their career out anywhere else.
I know, but I couldn't expect a guy that's 31, 32, 33 to turn down, a couple of $1 million to play another year.
Exactly.
All right, so we got Devin Hester's thing from the Hall of Fame, and him and Dion really, really hugged to the point where it almost starts to get uncomfortable. Like I know Dion really, really likes Devin Hester.
Are they close?
I think I don't know, but it lasts a long time.
Wasn't Devin Hester someone that Dion was?
I think Dion
mentored.
I think yes. I think Dion did mentor her.
And he got mad because Devin Hester went to Miami and not Florida State.
And Devin Hester used to be a cornerback also before he went to a wide receiver.
We'll get into that, and then we'll get into this is what's right with Canton. And then they did the Steve McMichael ceremonies, and Steve's bedridden. I don't know how much longer he's going to make it.
What's going on with Steve McMichael?
And, he's
ALS bad.
But hold on, don't get ahead. So Dan, they piped in Steve McMichael from his home. He's obviously in hospice care and on all these machines, and had all these former Bears that have made it into the Hall of Fame around him as they presented his bust to him bedside with his wife. But it's to the point where, Seth, it's either like, okay, it's really, really special, and I'm happy for Mongo, and he certainly deserved the Hall of Fame, and thank God they got him while he was still alive. And then there's a part of me that's saying, man, he looks so bad that I don't know if they should have put that on TV.
It's bad. Look, anybody with ALS is not going to look great. Steve, they said, was just staying alive just so he could see himself get inducted into the Hall of Fame. So
Right.
I don't know how much longer.
Man, at that point, don't you just flash, a picture of when he was a player on the back screen, and maybe have a highlight reel of
tell him to die?
No. Say, Steve,
go away.
Ladies and gentlemen, Steve McMichael is currently bedridden with ALS, and you do just.
You're saying don't show him?
Yeah, don't show him, and instead you say, Steve, your bust, blah blah blah, and then show a little like a highlight reel of his best moments. Well, you know what? Let me do words, Lummy, and everybody can when you see the picture.
Oh man.
You can make your own determination as to whether ESPN or whoever covered these should have used this footage, or they should have just had a Steve McMichael montage. Everybody will be able to form their opinion next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
When's this Beetlejuice coming out? They've been talking about it for years.
My mom had ALS. It was a fucking medication she was on.
And then didn't have it anymore?
No, yeah, she goes this. It's a funny story.
I think you told the guy they said she had ALS, right?
Yeah, the Harvard-trained neurologist said she had ALS, and I questioned her decision. She goes, "And what kind of doctor are you?" I'm like, "Yeah, the kind of doctor's gonna stick my foot up your ass."
Man, you get that a lot.
I know.
Gets that shit more than a chiropractor. Nah, Chip, I think that Devin Hester is the greatest return man of all time, and I think it's okay to put him in. He and to top it off, he had a fucking return in the Super Bowl. Kickers are gonna get in. I know Vinatieri's already in. Justin Tucker's gonna get in. I don't think there's gonna be, does Cordell Patterson make it? I don't know. He'd probably be the next guy. I think you got to put the best of all time at their position in the Hall of Fame. Now, you want to talk about a long snapper? Okay, we can talk about that, but...
Patrick, what's his name?
Manley?
Yeah. He's the best long snapper.
I think if Dante Hall and Josh Cribbs and some of these other guys that were good, I think they would have gotten in already, because they were before Devin Hester. Dante Hall was exceptional.
5-year career.
I think he was even a good receiver too.
Yeah, he was decent. So Devin Hester was a good receiver. Dante Hall. He almost had 1,000 yards one year.
Hester?
Yeah.
With Atlanta or the Bears?
Bears.
Man.
Like 700 something yards.
He was tough. Well, he wasn't. The hands weren't there. What a Matthew. Julian Edelman? I think Wes Welker would probably have a better shot than Edelman right now. I don't know the stats. Yes, the Bears lost the Super Bowl. But I don't think that takes away from the first play of the game, taking it to the house.
$0.04.
How dare you, Nick?
Website that doesn't really have anything to do with Olympic competition.
I remember Merton Hanks more as a cornerback, but I remember his little neck move. Yeah. Clay Matthews? I don't know his stats. I don't know Clay's stats. I mean, there was a few years he was TJ Watt-esque. I'm working on it, Chip.
We have all kinds of Olympic news for you guys that's trending on the Post website that doesn't really have anything to do with Olympic competition. But the headlines are absolutely wild. And you people.
Oh, there you go. Ty J checking in. Knocking out. Clay Matthews deserves to be in. There you go.
Ty J.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
There is a Bubba 199 on Friday. That'll be on what? Twitch and Rumble. Is that it? Twitch
Yes, it is.
Twitch and Rumble.
And Bubba Army HQ if you want to listen to it.
Yeah, Bubba Army HQ, audibly or visually, Rumble and Twitch. Haven't had one in a while. I'm kind of excited. A Macho Man's going to be the DJ. Don't know if Macho's Man's here or climbing the 1750 tower.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm not climbing no towers. I ain't a tire. I'm not a tower climber. Oh, yeah. Do you sometimes have to climb the tower in your other job? I'm wired. I'm in the edit bay right now. Too much protein.
I do, actually.
For real?
Yeah.
And how high you got to go?
The highest I've been is 200 feet.
It is it swaying up there?
No, they're self-supporting, so it's not too bad. It does get windy, though.
What, just to replace a bulb? Or
Correct.
And do you have to do that once a year? Or
usually when the lightning takes it out.
Is that that's got to be a huge... within the FCC guidelines of power and tower stuff. I mean, as much as I know about the FCC community standards portion of the FCC and what you can and cannot say on the air, you certainly know the technical end of the FCC. And I got to think having a burnt out, not replacing a known to burn out light bulb has to be a very high fine if you don't take care of that quickly. I'm thinking, right? I mean, what's more, that's the most important.
It has penalties up to $112,000.
Yeah,
Are these the lights that help prevent people from hitting it in helicopters and planes?
Yeah, mostly the helicopters.
The safety lights.
Yes,
sir.
They take it seriously, man.
I guess they should, because it's a horrible danger if it's not well lit.
Not to be too insider, but your firm, one of your guys' very public cases was representing the family of a Bayflight crew.
Right, she was a nurse
that hit an antenna
in an antenna farm. They were in an antenna farm and they hit an antenna. Surprise!
Well, they were going. They hit the one over there on Gandy.
Yep.
And did you sue the aviation company, or did you sue, or can you not? You probably can't talk about it.
Yes, it was before I was there. Jay would have more of those details. But again, they were flying below the height that they were allowed, the altitude they were allowed, in the area of an antenna farm where there was tons of antennae, and they hit one of the guy wires, and the helicopter went down immediately.
Man, here's the thing about a
There's
helicopter.
still a memorial behind Derby Lane.
Between helicopters and airplanes. Airplanes, some catastrophic stuff can happen, and your motor stop, and you have no more motor, and you got a 50-50 shot of being able to survive if you can keep it high enough. Altitude is your friend, and a lot of times you can get, you may have to crash in a cornfield or somewhere, but and it may not, you're going to probably lose. Your plane's going to be completely, destroyed, but you have a chance to potentially walk away from catastrophic stuff that happens in airplanes. But with helicopters, they're so fragile that one little thing and you're done. If that
Well,
rotor
the newer
blade
ones have parachutes on them. The really expensive ones.
They do?
Helicopters?
Yes.
They're doing helicopters with parachutes?
So
that makes sense.
like the Cirrus SR-22 that has, the plane that has a parachute system. They're making them for helicopters now. That's kind of cool. Yeah,
I thought helicopters have this thing where they rotate just enough so it brings you down slowly. But I think anything airborne.
Well, no. If you hit something, like if you lose power on a helicopter, you can do what they call auto rotate, and if you keep your forward speed going, you can float it down.
Right.
But you can't have anything having got nicked or hit. There's nothing. If your rotor hits an antenna,
you're done.
There's no way that you can auto rotate because that rotor is so fragile. And it just every little part's so instrumental on a helicopter. They're so sketch. I've been on a lot of helicopters and they're sketch. I mean, they are.
Yeah, I've ridden in a helicopter before, and it's a little scary.
It's
way different than a plane.
It's sketch, man.
It's so much lower when you fly too.
Yeah, and it's just kind of sketched out. I don't like helicopters. Here is the Devin Hester getting sworn in, or I should say inducted into the NFL, one of the most prestigious Hall of Fame in all of sports, Canton, Ohio. And this is the back. You can see the guy he ends up holding and hugging for a long, long time, Devin Hester, is Deion Sanders.
Deion said you got 2 years of eligibility left. Come play for me.
Deion said, I got 3 fake identities of junior immigrants. I got 3 junior immigrant fake IDs to give you 3 years eligibility, Heston. You can whatever you want to do. Wide receiver, corner, kickoff guy. I don't care. Hell, Shiloh will be gone next year. You can be the quarterback. Right? We'll do a run and gun.
He's hugging back, though, pretty definitively.
Yeah. They are. That's beautiful.
You said it makes you uncomfortable?
It's long.
It's
30 seconds.
Yeah, it's right now it's 30 seconds right.
We don't know what it's like to make the Hall. Oh, there you go. Okay.
So it ends up being 33 seconds. Oh, so Deion's the last person he hugged before he went up and got his jacket. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, respect.
Because realistically, Seth, there's Deion was an elite returner, much like Devin, not near the stats that Devin has, but Deion was in that next group below all-time great returners.
Deion was in his own category. I think Deion's his own. He's just.
Deion was a far better corner than Devin ever was. And I think, and did Devin ever play offense like they tried to when they put Deion?
He was a wide receiver.
He was a slot, wasn't he?
Yeah, he almost had 1,000 yards.
Kind of like Dan's looking at those shoes saying, where do I get a pair of those gimmicks?
Yeah, I like him.
Dion, look at Dion's even up on stage with them.
Hey, well, once you got the jacket, Bubba, you can do anything you want.
It's true.
Yeah, if you so Dan, you were there, I wasn't, but like if a gold jacket dude is what like he probably has wherever you want to go.
Yep.
Like even the old timers like the LC Greenwoods and the old school guys, right? They go wherever they want, right?
Yes, but the presentation usually starts with them introducing all of the living and attending Hall of Famers. There's about 85 to 95 at any given time.
Really?
And so that's how it starts off. So they spend.
So they recognize
every one of them.
Anybody that's alive
and there
with a gold. Okay.
Yeah.
Dion's helping with the jacket exchange. Now let's put some good threads on you here, buddy. And by the way, I got a guy that builds almost his name's Jonathan from Bespoke. By the way, Jonathan from Bespoke Apparel is the guy who makes all of Dion's suits because Lummy made about 12 for me back when I was laying heavy.
Did he make the silver one?
He didn't make the silver one, but he did make the mustard one.
No.
Oh, man, I just realized Mongo didn't get to put on his jacket.
No, Mongo didn't get to put on his jacket. So
they put it on him.
Did they?
Yeah, he's on it. He's wearing it.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
And see, Dion even knows. Dion's so classy.
He got out of there?
That he's like, okay, here comes the family. Let me back it on off. Now, see, he has Devin's original jacket. He'll get that to Devin. But Dion even knew. Let me go ahead and back on up here when the family gets up in here. Lummy, I plan on hitting 2 Dion games this year. One when they play in Orlando against UCF.
Yeah.
Plan on hitting that game.
Nice.
And then 2, I'm going to try to hit a game in Colorado.
That'd be sweet.
So, as
you see his gold jacket?
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right, yeah.
I'm going to play this.
They laid it
and
out.
Steve McMichael, the guy laying in the bed, he was part of the 85-86 one of the most infamous Chicago teams. Well, probably the best team ever the Bears ever had, and arguably one of the best defenses in the history of the league. They won the Super Bowl in 85. Was it 85 or 86?
85.
85, beating New England?
Yep.
Crushed them.
Killed them. Mongo, the guy laying in the bed. Steve McMichael was a defensive tackle, number 76. The front 4 was Richard Dent, William Perry, Steve McMichael, and Dan Hampton. That was I think all but now Refrigerator are in the Hall of Fame, and I don't think Refrigerator. I don't think he really statistically.
He had about 3 years, I think, in the league.
Yeah, he's not.
He's more a character than
you're right.
An all-time great.
Or, a situational player at the time, made sense.
And don't forget, Mongo wasn't he in the NWO or something?
He did some pro wrestling.
Yeah.
And so this is what they chose to broadcast for Mongo. And
what are you saying, Bubba? He has ALS. You're saying they shouldn't show him?
It's just shocking. But you know what? If that's what his wife and his family and his teammates that played with him and the Chicago Bears wanted, then this is fine. It's just, it's just sad. It's just sad because you remember him as just such a force, such an outspoken Southern guy from Texas. They used to call him Rattlesnake because he would go down he's originally from Texas, and he would go down in the offseason and go rattlesnaking. Like, he'd go catch rattlesnake. This guy was so... Listen, there's tough, and then there's tough where you go out and catch a rattlesnake with your hands. Like, that's next level toughness.
Yeah.
I mean, Rob Kahn might be the toughest dude that can tap you out physically, but I don't think Rob Kahn's going and tracking down rattlesnakes this weekend. No. That's a certain kind of craziness, and that's what this guy was. He was just an absolute great defensive tackle, just a great dude. Went on to have a small acting career. I think he was in Blazing Saddles. Or is that Lyle? I'll say it. I forget. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Steve McMichael. There was an NFL guy that had a role in Blazing Saddles where it's Alex Karras. Alex Karras, the great defensive lineman from the Detroit Lions.
So he played Mongo.
He played Mongo in Blazing Saddles, and he hits a horse so hard he knocks a horse out.
Yeah, I love that scene.
Dan, how much of a badass do you got to be? Because horses' heads are arguably one of the hardest things there are.
Yeah, they're big too.
They're big and they're bulky, and there's not a human being in the world that can really hit a horse and knock it out.
No, I saw a guy hit a kangaroo and almost knock him out, but I've never seen someone hit a horse and knock him out.
And so in this scene in Blazing Saddles, Mongo, who was Alex Karras, went up and hit a horse and knocked the horse right off his feet. All right, so this is the ceremony. Steve McMichael sworn in this past and
there's a few people that I don't think know how ALS works because they were saying this guy doesn't even know where he is. He knows where he is. Your body completely breaks down. You can't communicate, but you know exactly what's going on.
It's pure muscles.
Yeah, which is the worst absolute part of it all.
Right. It's not your brain. It's just the muscles.
To understand ALS, which Steve McMichael has here, you're saying, Seth, that he knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
Like he knows I'm being inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio, and we're doing, live from my bedroom.
Yes.
He knows that, but he doesn't have the ability to make any facial expressions or move his hands. Dan, does it almost paralyze you?
It does paralyze you. That's why they have breathing assistance, because they can't breathe, because your breathing takes muscles. They lose all of their muscle strength.
He can move his eyes, right? That's about it.
Yeah.
Hard work that you put into this.
He can't even move. Like his mouth has to stay open like that. Is that part of a trach or something like? No, I'm just saying. Like Dan, is that a medical thing where they keep his mouth open like that?
No, I think just the way he's positioned.
Okay.
And it's just
alrighty.
The way he is right now.
Comes to a head, and that's where Steve's at right now. I think for him, that's that satisfaction.
So they're watching this TV, right? And you can see that he's watching it.
That all the hard work that he put in is finally here. I'm honored and privileged to present Steve McMichael for enshrinement in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Amen.
Now think about this. You want to be doing that, and in your mind you're doing that.
You can't.
But you're just, this is
sad.
This is sad.
But I'm happy for him because he knows that he was inducted.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he knows. He'll die knowing that he was part of that Hall of Fame.
So
and that's all he wanted.
Exactly.
So here's the deal.
So God bless him.
So there could be people that look like they're in a vegetated state like this and not be able to mentally comprehend, like Terry Schiavo.
Her brain was pickled.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Is that they've determined that Steve, his brain and his CT scans, they're perfect. He knows what's going on. He just cannot move his body.
Correct.
God, that would be so sad because you want to have this very same reaction. In fact, in your head, you're having this very same reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Mace, help me pull it down. Let's go.
Then they have his bust.
And you can see Mike Singletary, Ron Rivera, Richard Dent.
Oh, they're all there.
Yeah.
They're all there.
His buddies. That's awesome.
Steve, you're here with all your world champion brothers. Back in Canton, we have 378 brothers that's looking for you. You're on a team that you can never be cut from, you never can be released from. When you die on this team, you will still be on it. Welcome home, team. Welcome home, Steve, I should say.
Football heaven.
You're in football heaven. Forever.
Do you have any highlights of this guy?
Yeah.
Let me find me Steve Michael highlights.
Yeah, he was so wild. He threatened an umpire when he did the 7th inning stretch song for the Cubs.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
He's like, I'm going to come down there, and the umpire's eyeballing him the whole
Angel
time.
Hernandez, who just
Hold on.
retired.
And Dan, he would wear his pants just a little, like he kind of high waist his pants up, and he was always high. And then if he'd really get mad, he'd like if you got like a good block on him or something, or like face masked him or did him dirty, he'd kind of go back to the huddle and kind of do like a sumo, like pull his pants up a little bit, and then that next play he'd just bring it and whip your ass. He was mean, wasn't he? That was his gimmick, wasn't it, Seth?
Yeah.
He was just mean.
Absolutely.
Absolutely mean as a snake. That's why I think they called him Rattlesnake, Lummy.
They sure did.
Do you have any highlights of
I sent you this 7th inning stretch real quick where I got the highlights.
So do you think they shouldn't have shown that? I mean, I think it's
now that it's been explained to me that he did absolutely understand, like he understood what was going on in his brain. He knows that he's just not sitting there like a vegetable with
right.
his
And they're
mouth.
talking like a person in a coma or
Right.
something.
Right.
Knowing that,
he lived the experience.
Then I think that yes, they needed to show it. Absolutely.
Jesus.
Knowing that, yes, I agree that should have been shown. This is him back in the day. He was a wild man.
Jesus, he looks huge too.
Yeah, he had real long hair. He was just a stud.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see all the other like Singletary. This is how badass Sean McMichaels was. Is that Singletary's got him a full mask right here, right? And he's linebacker. McMichaels, he's a down lineman. And he's got like a little running back's face mask. He didn't even care.
He was one of the first ones that had a visor as a defensive lineman.
All right, show me enough of the walking on and off the field. I want to see when he was smashing some people. They've showed one smash, two. Of course, the guy who stops the backfield on me is the Bucks. Of course.
I mean, that's how it always happens.
Usually on all these 70 and 80s highlights, the Bucks are the brunt of a lot of the highlights.
Yeah, look good.
Yeah. All right, so there's his highlights, and he's now inducted into the Hall of Fame, which for you Bear fans is great, and just for football it's great. And I now kind of take back. It was shocking because see, Seth, I didn't know that he could comprehend any of it.
It's such. I don't remember if you remember the Ice Bucket Challenge from a few years ago, where everybody was doing that online, and because they were raising attention for ALS. But I mean, it's they can't really compare diseases and everything, but to me, it's just one of the most horrific that I've heard of. Because you're trapped. You know exactly what's happening, but you can't move, you can't talk.
Right.
When they diagnose you with ALS, is there like a blood marker, or is like how do you get screened for it, or how do you know that you got it? Like, I mean, like is it part of a, like when they do my blood work, is there a marker they're looking for, or what?
There's certain diagnoses that are really become diagnoses of exclusion, meaning that there's nothing else it could be but this. And so when you like have Bell's palsy, for instance, it's a diagnosis of exclusion. You want to make sure that it's not being caused by like a tumor or a stroke. And Bell's palsy is like when you go in with half your face is suddenly not moving. You have paralysis of half your face. They can say, oh yeah, it's just Bell palsy, but they got to make sure that you don't have a tumor, you didn't have a stroke, things like that. So it becomes a diagnosis of exclusion. You've excluded everything else. ALS is similar. And so there's no specific test that says it's ALS. There's no marker or anything like that. And I was telling Seth during the hot mic that my mom was misdiagnosed with ALS, and they didn't exclude everything else. And one of the things they didn't exclude was a medication reaction. And when I challenged the Harvard-trained neurologist about her differential diagnosis, she's like, "Well, what kind of doctor are you?" Which is so insulting.
Hold on,
freaking hear that.
Now, hold on, and I have heard that more now, as I've been leaning on you on your opinion, with regards to what Merch Crick's mom's going through. And, we have a lung situation, obviously. Maybe a lung transplant is they're talking maybe potentially about that. Wow. That's how serious. Like when you're talking about a person that might be, that they're trying to get stabilized for a lung transplant. I mean, Dan, that is serious. Dan, on some of the intel that we're getting back, not to correct my doctor or Merch Crick's mom's doctors, but just to let Dan know procedurally what they're doing and stuff like that. And so, I don't bring up to them anything Dan says because Dan pretty much agrees with her treatment at this point. But in the few times that I have brought Dan's name up in a outside of plastic surgery center setting, a lot of doctors scoff at Dan's just a plastic surgeon. And Dan gets so mad because Dan's like, bitch, I was a resident, emergency center hospital resident doctor in New Orleans where I was treating gunshot wounds and, very, very traumatic things. I've been in the weeds just like you're doing.
People treat him like he's some sort of shaman or a chiropractor.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
It's insulting. And I have probably 2 years of ICU experience too. So it's not like I'm just like a doctor. I was a general surgeon, and we did the general surgery ICU, the surgical ICU, which I managed for over 6 months. And then also as a plastic surgeon, we had the burn ICU where people are literally dying in 20 minutes if you're not paying attention to them. And I ran that for almost a year. So, I have critical care experience.
When they say that, oh my God, it makes Dan go, absolutely. But, a lot of times, Dan, you'll have the decorum and respect their position within the hospital so that you don't get a bad name but a lot of times you're right. You've been right on some situations that later on these doctors are like, oh yeah. By the way, let me James Donahue 100 on the 843 Bubba.
Thank you.
843 Bubba 100 on the PayPal. Thank you. Not trying to remind you about that as much.
And so this female Harvard-trained TGH neurologist.
Yeah, so hold on, Dan. Harvard-trained doctor at one of the most major trauma centers in this area, and you inquire about her diagnosis.
Yeah, because it didn't make any sense. My mom didn't fit into that sort of, that category. And I asked her about it, and she's like, what kind of doctor are you? I'm like, oh, here we go.
So how did that exchange go?
I said, I'm a plastic surgeon. I'm also on staff. I'm a professor at USF. So you're going to listen to me, number one. Number two is, what else is in your differential diagnosis? Well, this is all it could be. Really? Well, do you have any medications that you can treat? Well, it's very, very expensive. I'm like, I'm a doctor. We can afford. It turned out to be $10 a month. And I'm like, are there any studies we can put in? Well, you can Google clinicaltrial.org. I suggest you just buy an elevator, a bed, and put her in a support group. And so she goes, you're welcome to come to her next consultation. So I watch her do a physical examination of my mom, and then I hear her interpret it. And she's interpreting it like she examined somebody else. It's like, that's not what I saw. And so she's misinterpreting her own physical exam. I challenged her then. After we walked out, they're all like, oh, well, this is very sad. I'm like, it's BS. She's wrong. She's patently wrong. So I stripped mom of all the medication she was on, had to go see 4 other opinions, and it turned out I was right. It was her medications, and Miss Harvard was wrong. So my mom now, 8 years later, is perfect. And she said she was going to die in 6 months.
Your mom, for her age, is probably physically and mentally one of the sharpest women I know that's in her early 80s. And literally, your mom could drive to New Jersey if she needed to.
She has, yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
yes.
at 80-some years old, your mom, like my mom, though, see, Janie Cakes, she is starting to get a little afraid to drive now. And Tara and I are like, we got to keep her driving, because when you lose your will to drive, then it just you just got to keep. You got to keep Grandma and Grandpa on the road. It keeps them mentally sharp.
Yep. The more they do, the more they're able to do.
Right. And Arlene, your mom, for her age, man, that old girl would drive to the Jersey Shore if she needed to. I mean, she'd probably want to have a friend if she could. But she's most recently in the last 2 or 3 years driven home from New Jersey, has she not?
Well, a lot of times she'll take like the auto train. She'll take the train to D.C. and then drive from D.C. to Jersey. So it's like 5 or 6 hours.
Did the Harvard trained female specialist apologize?
No, and I didn't look for one, and I didn't sue her or nothing like that. I was just so thankful that Mom was okay. And I'm not there to rub this lady into her nose into her own poop. It wasn't my job to do. And it's God bless her. I hope she has a lovely, long, and healthy and successful career in life. But she was wrong with my mom. And doctors aren't always right. And I encourage when someone gets scary or bad news, get a second opinion.
Here's what as we're watching the Olympic coverage on NBC, I think all of us probably find ourselves gravitating over there a little bit once before we go to bed, or as we're our evening ritual of television or what like that. And now, are they paying like Martha Stewart's over there and like Flavor Flav's over there, and I saw John Travolta over there, and you're seeing some of these various.
Flav sponsors the water polo team.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, but what I'm saying is, like, you're seeing Snoop over there. Snoop did something with Martha. Do you think NBC like maybe pays them?
Yes.
And then puts them up in like.
Yeah, there's talks that they are giving them money to be in attendance. Promoters.
So Seth, you're saying,
I mean, at least
it's
Snoop Dogg.
It's a strategic plant for them to have somebody that's super popular in America in attendance, so they can show them in attendance, and then possibly do like maybe a little interview with them organically.
Go ahead.
Some of these media and content producers.
Well, the report is that a lot of their sponsors are paying for them to be there because they're getting them on TV, which then NBC sets up with the sponsors and gets them. That
seems to be all like the Super Bowl and some of these bigger events, these bigger sporting events, these events that get tens of millions of viewers. All too often now, the sponsors are getting a hold of the network and saying, "Hey," I mean, like the Super Bowl, for instance. Every star in the world was there, from Tom Cruise to Flavor Flav to Eminem to Jay-Z, the Kardashians. The network probably pays for them to be there.
There's a report here that an NBC executive said that Snoop's making about $500,000 between NBC and his sponsors to be there.
Yeah, $500,000
a day.
And here's what
plus expenses.
A day?
Yes, a day.
So here's what I don't understand.
He's been there since before it started because he did like the torch carrying ceremony.
Yeah, I would be there too for $500,000 a day.
But here's what I understand with Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg was singing about killing people and smoking weed,
pop culture figure now,
and doing things that are way illegal when they were illegal.
He was on trial for murder.
He's been in prison.
But that's Calvin Brodus. This is Snoop Dogg.
I know, but he now you'll see him on a Pepsi commercial for the Super Bowl.
And you could have met him.
Yes, I could. I wasn't going with that.
Are you so shocked at that how Snoop Dogg's been a pop culture figure?
Yeah, I'm saying I've done some bad things, but I'm never going to be there. I can't even get a second chance in radio. But these people, like Michael Vick, does the opening TV portion during the NFL Fox season on NFL pregame. Michael Vick.
Does he?
Yes.
Yeah, he does.
Michael Vick
NFL
does the NFL. Is it NFL Network or is it?
No, it's Fox. It's a show before the main show.
Yeah,
the 11 o'clock show.
Show before the main show.
Yeah, but I mean, look, that guy did 18 months in prison and killed animals.
He did his time.
But I understand. I can't.
I mean, Snoop. I mean, look, it's tough to compare Snoop and Michael Vick right now because Snoop. I don't know, but Bubba, he's been this guy for the last 25 years.
I know, but it seems like everybody just gives Snoop. I want to give. I don't have any problem with Snoop.
He's clean. He's been clean for a while.
I'm giving Snoop a pass. God bless Snoop for being able to sing about killing people, be on trial for killing somebody.
He opened about weed, including while it was illegal. I mean,
yeah, and now he's getting $500,000 a day from NBC to just be at the Olympics and talk to the soccer guy a little bit.
La pelota, peligro, viene.
Snoop's like, man, my lungs aren't quite as good as yours.
Well, you know how to hold that thing. He know how to hold that thing too long.
I can hold it, but I have to cut it short because we have. Look what we have. U.S. Soccer has.
So I'm just saying, like, man, who's Snoop's management company? Because they got him dialed in. He can do and sing about anything. And just be like highly sought after by networks and Fortune 500 companies, where he's got them probably lined up, right?
I mean, Bubba, he's done it all. He's endorsed Corona. Remember, he had those commercials where he's on the beach. He did the halftime show. He's coached youth football. I mean, I think he had
a Netflix documentary. Like a follow him along reality show. Did he not when he was coaching those kids?
Yeah, I mean, he's like it's a once in a generation type of move to go from rapper to pop culture icon.
You know what other thing he is?
What?
Just like Hogan, he's a born again Christian.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Are you sure about
100%. He did in 2018, but he came out after 2019 and said he's a born again Christian. And he always talks about Jesus Christ on his records.
So, Bubba, do you think you'd rather be a born again Christian or African American to get your career back on track? What do you think would be more helpful?
No. I'd rather be black. I want to be black, dude. I don't want to be a born-again Christian. I want to be an African-American. That's what I want to be. And then let me. There was that other radio guy in
New York.
In New York, Craig Carlton or whatever his name was. He did 18 months in federal prison for a Ponzi scam and all kind of betting scam and all that kind of deal. He does 18 months. His job, they give him his job back as soon as he gets back. Then he quits radio because television's offering him to do television instead. So he tells radio, "Suck my D, I'm out of here. I'm doing TV now." After having done 18 months in federal prison.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to go to prison. Maybe prison would have. Maybe going to prison might have helped me. And then I could say I truly did pay for my sins.
Would you go for a week if people would forgive you?
A week? They're not going to a week.
You have to go for a year.
Yeah, I have to go for a year and a half.
What would you be like in prison? You'd be everybody's
Horrible.
buddy, right?
I'd be horrible.
Yeah, you'd make everybody laugh.
So,
do you think you'd be the funny guy in prison?
I just hope you keep my commissary stocked up so I got ding-dongs all the time.
You'll be getting ding-dongs. You'll be getting ding-dongs all the time.
I don't want
I promise you that.
I want the Little Debbie ding-dongs. I don't want the Ty J. Armstrong ding-dongs. There's no way do I want. I mean, and this was afraid. I'm not a tough dude by all means. They'd put me in jail and be like, man, who's the old guy they're putting in cell 4? And then they would try to be like, hey, we're going to try to, ding-dong him up tonight, and I would be fighting. I'd have to fight. But there might be, if there's 10 guys on top of you, then you're getting ding-donged.
That's right. You can't do anything about it.
My God, I have to go to the hospital the next day and say, I need some therapy.
Yeah.
I didn't need therapy until I got ding-donged last night. I got ding-donged by 9 guys.
Oh, my God.
I need to go to the hospital for my anus, plus my mentals. My anus will heal. My mind will never heal getting ding-donged. Do you think prison is if you don't want ding-dong, can you just tell them, hey, I really am not into that ding-dong and stuff, just leave me out of it?
Well, some people have said when they've come out, and if you read the books or the podcast, they say if you get ding-dongs or you get your ass kicked every day.
No way.
That's your 2 options, they say.
But what if you, Lummy, me and Seth, we're not nearly as tough as you. So, if me and Seth get put in prison, they're going to probably try to ding-dong us every day. But you're big enough where you could probably keep the ding dongs off of you.
I try to join a gang as fast as possible.
No, but you can't join a gang because if I join the white gang, then the black gang instantaneously wants to kill me.
That's right.
So can you stay neutral?
I mean, would you rather be dead or like a ding dong stand? I mean, it depends.
I don't know, man.
That's a tough one.
To me, that's why I'm telling you, I don't think I could make prison if there's ding donging.
You got to go to like a white collar prison.
Yeah, like
white collar crime prison.
Yeah,
Federal.
I'll have to have Jay or Kevin, whoever's cutting my deal, to see if they can get me sent to like a country club prison where there's no the guys aren't holding you down, ding donging you. I mean, because that would suck. I mean, getting ding donged.
Yeah, ding dongs to death.
I'd be just scared to death. And I don't think, Dan, that they would allow me to take any of my medication.
Oh, no.
No, they're like, either I get weaned off that, which means Lemmy is going to take 2 or 3 weeks for me to even get a good night's sleep, let alone having to be kind of conscious about them not grabbing you and ding-donging you. Like you're never going to really get any REM sleep knowing that you have to maybe duct tape your ass cheeks together so you don't get ding-donged.
Well, I don't think it happens like at night in sleeping time. I think it happens, on those other moments, like in the showers and between, recreational times.
No way.
I think they're quickies. I don't think it's happening all night. It's just you and your mate.
When we come back, Lummy, there's all types of controversies, surrounding the Olympics. One of which is the Algerian girl, or I'm sorry, he has a penis.
No.
I think that's why he failed the gender test.
He has an XY chromosome,
and high levels of testosterone, but no penis. Because again, I think he's an androgen insensitive male. I think he's got that testicular feminization, like the Jamie Lee Curtis type disease, where he is a genetic male, but doesn't have
Algerian
a penis.
boxer does not have a penis.
My understanding is that he's a genetic male without a penis. Therefore, he looks like a female. So phenotypically, he has what looks like a vagina. Doesn't have the distal third of the vagina. Doesn't have a cervix or uterus. Doesn't have ovaries.
When me and Steph's, little elevator button gets nervous and it goes in its little hidey hole, could we say that we were? What do you call the guy?
A girl?
No,
testicular feminization.
Yeah, I got testicular feminization, but I'll snap out of it as soon as I get turned on. I just got temporary testicular temporation.
I think that's just being a grower, not a shower.
Yeah.
Dan, what's the ultimate say-so? Is it that XY chromosome, or is it something else?
Well, their ultimate say-so was testosterone levels. I mean, that's what kept them off the IOC. Not the IOC, the international competition.
So are you saying that this person knows what that number is, and then just it make sure that, because she's shooting testosterone to kick in her maleness, is she not?
She's not trying to be male. She's trying to be female. So she's not shooting up testosterone. She's naturally making testosterone. Her body doesn't see it. So her testosterone levels aren't as relevant as it would be for someone else. But again, she represents that I think it was a Taiwanese boxer or
the Taiwanese boxer.
Taiwanese boxer represents the true people that we don't know what to do with as far as it comes to competition.
Well, I think we should not allow them. I mean, if they got a portion of maleness in them to the point where they're only a set of testes away from being a man with regards to their test levels and stuff. I mean, the test levels are what make you a man. And so, like, if you're only a penis away from being a guy, but really you're a guy. But at the end of the day, does she have a vagina or a penis?
A vagina, I believe.
But her testosterone, has John Cena type levels.
Right. So again, she falls into that weird category of what to do with, and I'm sorry.
I'll tell you what you do. You don't let her. You kiss because she's crushing everybody.
Right. Well, it's obviously unfair, and so I think it should be an easy decision. I think if you are an XY male and produce normal levels of testosterone, you should be competing with the boys.
If you're between 300 and 1100, that's the normal range on a blood test with regards to male testosterone, 300 to 1100.
I think if you're XY male, you shouldn't be allowed to compete with females. Period. Period.
And that's
5
what
periods.
that's what the sanctioning body on the games that she participated in prior to the Olympics said. And the Olympics just happened to be soft, and they're saying bring your XY right on down.
And for women not to be outraged about this.
And she's killing everybody.
And I don't understand why women aren't outraged about this. Well, how can any woman support a guy with an unfair advantage coming in and kicking ass on the girls?
Because they're trying to get
just
third.
like the Leah Thomas. You know
Trying
what
to
I mean?
get third.
It's not fair when a 6'4" dude with a giant penis says, I'm a girl and I want to swim with the girls because I grew my hair out this summer. That's not fair.
Well, the Olympics don't care. We'll get that. And then did you see where I think Simone Biles and another part of the USA gymnastics team, there's this one girl, she won for the very first time. She's from Chile. No, I'm sorry. The Italian girl.
Yeah, I watched it.
And on the podium, Simone Biles and the other girl kind of did like a kneeling, praising her kind of deal. And they're catching all kinds of crap for it. Like, they weren't kneeling during the national anthem. They weren't kneeling during an important, procedural. They were just, what's that?
She's Brazilian.
Oh, yeah. They were just paying respects. Like,
I think she tore her knee like 3 times.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy. They're just kind of putting her over, and everybody's mad at them now. Well, let them do whatever they want. And then finally, Lummy, comes the story of the swimmer.
Yeah, the hot swimmer.
She's super hot, and they kicked her out of the Olympic Village for doing inappropriate things. Do you think that she was banging? Does it say she was banging?
She was getting naughty.
I thought they booted her because she retired.
No,
I think she retired, Seth, like last Olympics, and she came back to this Olympics knowing the Village is a hot spot for D. And she was getting sneaked in and out of guys' rooms.
Trying to get impregnated by an athlete.
Exactly.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Bang.
She stayed in the fucking Village trying to get some, D before she had to go back to Brazil.
Is she hot though?
I don't know.
You gotta scroll down and see the pictures.
I'm gonna see her. Well, I'm gonna play the story.
Dan wanted to see what she looked like.
I'll wait for a natural, spontaneous reaction.
I don't know if that story. I guess that was all of it. You changed it up from last night.
What up, Kostika?
There's not from Brazil. She's from Paraguay? Yeah, Paraguay. She's from Paraguay. Something, sir.
I think we already talked about that. We got these two talked about. Open up with this.
Is there any sport where women are better than men? Bobby? Synchronized swimming?
Huh?
Synchronized swimming? Gymnastics? Ice skating?
That's an interesting question.
With Alexa now?
We should bring that up for topic.
Okay. morning. Kramer Graham. What up? Daniela Sciacco. That's pretty fun. Shooting, are they comparable? Well, I mean, but I still think male shooters are better. What was the final score of the Olympic shootings? I mean, I bet you.
Snoop's getting 50,000 a day, Lummy.
No, my article said 500, but I guess
50 makes more sense.
Maybe it's going to be 500 total, you think?
Yeah, 10 days.
All right.
my article said 500.
Your article says per day?
Yes, it does.
No big deal.
Either way, he's getting quite a bit of money to just have fun.
Either way, who gives a fuck?
50,000 a day at a party.
Anyways, what about what about murder was the case?
What does it say?
How does this guy get another chance?
You can check it, right? Newsweek.
It says $500,000 plus expenses. More money than anyone else is making in the Olympics.
What up, pow wow wow
Except
wow
that
wow wow?
fat DJ that played Jesus.
I feel like I saw a tweet from you, pow wow wow, yesterday.
Should be called PJs instead of DJs.
What?
Female DJs should be called PJs. They're not dick jockeys.
I don't even think Snoop's that good of a rapper. I saw a list the other day, somebody had Snoop in their top 5.
The top 50, maybe. Top 20.
I don't know. I never hear him mentioned with the grades. Anytime, Hoss. I don't remember what I put in there, Hoss, but I hope you liked it, man.
Listener-supported Sponge, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener-supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Today's after show will be Clem Kush. Seth, let's say like 10:30, 10:35 for the record.
Okay.
Does that work for you?
Yes, it does.
Lummy, is all the weather out? Is it like, I mean, is it going to rain all day, or is the outer bound, like it's clear up in Georgia now, isn't it?
South Carolina, they got like, I think they got 12, 13 inches of rain so far.
And would we not be able now, upon a day or two reflection, be able to say that Hurricane Debbie, then tropical storm, was a big nothing burger? Did none of us even...
it flooded out a lot of places in the area.
Yeah, I mean, but with regards to us...
Who's us? Just us right here?
Yeah, hold on. My apartment building was not affected. Merch Crick's house was not affected. My sister's house was not affected. My mom's house was not affected. Dan, anybody in your family's homes lose power or were affected?
Jay's house lost power as of 3 a.m. yesterday, so 24 hours ago. And did not have power, but he's got a Generac.
But he's got a $25,000 Generac, so his surrounding neighborhood lost power.
Right.
But Jay's got the sauna going if he wanted to.
His nipples are cold, his lights are on, his TV's
milk
working,
is cold.
Everything's good.
Right.
Yep.
So nobody in your family suffered anything.
Nothing significant.
You and Steve, who have a lot of exposure to the sea, your doc, especially your doc, nothing.
No,
Lummy,
we were flooded though. I mean, not like flooded like across the street flooded, but like patches in the yard are still underwater.
Flooded. We're going to define flooded as flooded is up to your doorstep going in your house.
Nowhere close to that.
So literally, Dan, I think it's 3 or 4 or 5 steps to get into your home. it could be on step 4 and you're still not flooded.
Yeah, no, I didn't get anywhere near that, but there's like big puddles that are still there for the last 3 days that just won't drain.
Your house in Suburbia North affected, your Tampa home and or your parents' home on Madera Beach.
My parents lost power for a little bit, but that's about it.
That's it.
For an hour.
No damage.
Nope.
No storm surge. No nothing. Right?
Yep.
Seth, how about your domicile?
I lost everything, Bubba.
Well, I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about your career 3 years ago. I'm talking about this particular storm.
Yeah, we're good. There's some flooding. St. Pete goes underwater real fast, so it's a little bit tricky. But I mean, no, our home didn't flood.
Right, Elise, her home good.
I think so. I got to check in.
Right, Lummy, all my stuff's good.
Yep.
Rhett, your apartment complex or your mom's house or all good? Like, no catastrophic losses?
A couple small trees down in my mom's neighborhood, but that was the worst of it.
All right, no power loss, no nothing like that?
No.
And Macho Man, you the most scared of this storm at all?
No, just to set the record straight.
Jeez.
Lummy was very concerned about the pond overflowing. So that's why I came in and moved equipment up on top of the desk.
Yeah, Lummy, that's never going to happen.
Okay, first off, mine was a joke. Macho Man is
You didn't
really
make it
worried
sound
about the
like a joke.
storm.
Listen, I think we all
take this equipment seriously
I think
back
we
here.
will all agree that
Let me had a freak out.
Listen, we all will agree that Macho Man gets the most sensitive to the weather.
Well, in Plain City, it was flooded. Everything was flooded. We had trees down. I had to use the Hummer to get to work yesterday.
I mean,
and in Pinellas County, I had to drive around. I sent Lummy a video of the causeway. It was the waves was breaking over the road.
Okay,
there.
so I mean,
It
so
was
the
very
bus,
windy.
You don't drive around.
It wasn't a nothing burger.
The Buck 50 took a Mustang took a break. It was fully garaged, and you took out your Hummer. I mean, rough life, kid.
It's very exciting.
Yeah. So, Dan, did you see the new Tesla? This is called let me see what it's
The
called.
Roadster? They've been talking about for 10 years.
Tesla Roadster will go. How fast is this? 0 to 60 in 1.1 seconds.
That's nothing's faster. That's the
I mean,
fastest because that vacuum car they did at the Goodwood last year. I can't remember the name of it, but it had it was like a propeller sucking the car to the ground. Its 0 to 60 time was like 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, so this is a car you're going to be able to buy eventually from Tesla. I got to tell you, it is really, really, really sharp looking. 0 to 60. I mean, Dan, it would 0 to 60 make anything that you or Jay have ever owned look stupid.
Right. Yeah, mine's 2 seconds. The SF90 to 0 to 60 in 2 seconds, which is a rocket ship.
Right.
But it's not 1.1.
What did Jay's fully electric launch deal that he had that he eventually traded out that he hated?
2.6.
2.6. This is 1.1.
It's crazy.
Here it is,
It
right
must
here.
feel so weird.
I think it would just like throw you. I mean, it would almost be like you'd have to be like in an area where if you lost control, you wouldn't hit the wall or something because it just might. You might not. Your brain might not be able to process. Well, I don't know, Lummy.
It takes a while. No.
Well,
Bubba, you're right. Your brain doesn't process it. When I had these fast cars, a lot of times there's a shift. Now these are electric and there's no shift. But your body and your brain, even if you know it's coming, you've had the car for a few weeks, it still doesn't catch up to the car.
Can you Google 0 to 60 in an NHRA top fuel dragster?
Yes.
Or maybe I can even. Hey Alexa, what is 0 to 60 in an NHRA top fuel dragster?
0.3 seconds.
0.3?
Not officially.
On an NHRA top fuel dragster, the acceleration from 0 to 60 miles per hour takes only half a second, which is extremely fast.
0.5, right?
Yeah.
Half second. So 0.5. So this is only half as slow as that, right?
Mm-hmm.
0 to 60 in 1.1. Dan,
I'd love to see that.
Has there been anything ever produced for the street? I don't think an F1 car can go 0 to 60 in 1.1 seconds.
Nope, doesn't have the traction for it.
Because of the gearing.
And the traction.
Is
this car four-wheel drive?
I don't know.
They have like 4 motors.
You want one bad?
Semi, not really. They were
I'm
collecting $250,000 deposits on these.
How much?
5 years ago. $250,000 5 years ago, and they still haven't brought the car to market.
$250,000 deposit. 5 years ago.
Yeah, but they're going to be $250,000. That was the price point too. They were just saying, these are the full payment.
All right,
up
so
front.
they're saying like, listen, when you get it, you don't owe us nothing. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
but then, for 250, you could have had it in the stock market, would have gone up and then down this week. But
look at that thing.
Yeah.
That thing
Diffuser.
is badass.
We got breaking political news.
Uh-oh.
We do. I'd rather look at a car that goes 0 to 60 in 1.1. The new maybe Tara will get that and she'll give me her old one.
There you go.
She offered to do that.
Really?
She's like, hey, if I get a new Tesla, I'll just give you mine.
Oh, so cool.
Did Shapiro make it in, Seth?
No, she picked Tim Walz.
Who?
Tim Walz.
Because she's racist. She's anti-Semitic.
Who are we talking about here?
Kamala picked her vice president.
Oh, she picked who?
Tim Walz, the good governor of Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Oh man, I think strategically she should have picked Shapiro from Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania is a bigger prize for her than Minnesota with regards to electoral. I mean, this is going to be so close that I think you pick the vice president that's going to get you the most electoral votes. And what does Pennsylvania have compared to Minnesota electoral wise? Because they're both toss-ups. I mean, they're
probably
both
40 to 30.
I mean, I think both states are toss-ups right now. Trump was a +6 in both, and they say, and from what I've been reading, Kamala has, shrunk that.
Pennsylvania's 19, Minnesota's 10.
So it's a 10-point difference almost.
Yeah, 19 to 10, 10 points for Minnesota. You know what? And
which is a long shot for Trump, and Pennsylvania is actually in play.
Right. You're probably right.
Is it really? You just picked the VP based on hoping their state wins?
I think that's one of the major considerations.
It is.
Well, they also are saying that she didn't want to lose the Palestinian vote.
Right. So she's being anti-Semitic.
No.
So you're
that's what they're saying.
Hold on. Then you send that to me instead of just saying that's what they're saying.
Okay.
Because if that bitch is saying that.
She is married to a Jewish man. I do want to say that.
I know that, but if you're spewing anti-Semitic messages, and I've seen all over the internet, and I've not been posting it, but maybe I'm going to start that the Democratic Party as a whole has turned their back on Jews.
They sort of have, Bubba.
And I mean, I've read. And listen, I'm not trying to be pro-red. Donald Trump suck the D. I'm just trying to say that I've read from various Democratic sources that Democratic Jews feel like their party has turned their back on them.
Well, it certainly turned their back on Israel, and so it doesn't make any sense because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Seth, that the majority of Jewish Americans are Democrat.
Yes, that's
and their policy has not been very pro-Israel, and it seems like American Jews don't really care as much about Israel as white Republicans.
Why do I hope the Jewish community takes inventory of who's doing what around here? Because I don't think the Democrats necessarily are I don't think African American and Jews historically tend to be Democratic, and to me it looks like both of those subsects of humanity haven't been really getting any good breaks from the Democratic leadership of late. And in fact, there's rumors that there's articles and opinion that the Democratic Party has turned their back on their Jewish followers. And
what's going to happen is
I'm hearing words like anti-Semitic.
There's going to be a lot of people that break off from their traditional, voting if they're Jewish or something that just traditionally vote Democrat, and then there's going to be a lot of angry Jewish moms that their kids might be, breaking party lines for the first time.
Well, I mean, they just said because 2 days ago.
Do you have an article?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to find an article where they said they didn't pick him, but they were attacking him for his pro-Israel stances when he was in college. He wrote a paper, and they made him backtrack. And
he had to apologize for that, right?
He had to apologize. Exactly. That's why they're saying that all that stuff started coming up, and they were like, well. You mean the guy? Josh Shapiro wrote a paper pro-Israel
when he was 20, right?
Yeah, and they made him.
Hold on. John Shapiro, the governor. Who?
Josh Shapiro.
Josh Shapiro.
Who's how old now?
The governor. He's the governor of Pennsylvania, and he was highly considered to be Kamala Harris's running mate as VP. And one of the things that they were considering was the fact that he delivers, potentially 19 electoral votes. He's well liked. I think, Lummy, he's well liked in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
I think he's well liked. I think he's done a good job for them.
Yeah, he has.
For the most part, Philadelphia's a mess, but in Pittsburgh, I mean,
No, Pittsburgh's cool. I mean, I went there once. I can vouch for it.
But
Seems like they're on the right track.
All right, Pittsburgh's. Seth said Philadelphia might be a mess, but Pittsburgh's cool.
I've never been to Philly. I when I was in Pittsburgh, because you always hear like Philly and Pittsburgh are rivals. People were singing Philly's praises when I was in Pittsburgh. They said it's amazing.
Well, here's the deal. Oh yeah, I mean, in Philadelphia, I lived there. It's gotten dirty.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it was. I was just there a month ago, and it wasn't that bad, and it didn't smell like Philadelphia normally smelled.
Pee.
So again,
it's a weird
again,
clay.
Working man's pee.
Shapiro, who's the governor of Pennsylvania, would be probably a pretty good pick. I guess he wrote a pro-Israel paper in college.
Yeah, but he was 20. He said that there will never be a two-state thing because the Palestinians don't want that.
And like
he's right.
And here's the deal. Factually, it's not even opinion. Like he's correct. Like
it's a college paper.
It's a college paper where you can give a guy can change. Listen, a guy can change since college, or a guy could be dead on in college, or that can be the guy's college years where he's forming his opinion and stuff like that. But here's the deal: he factually writes something in a college paper, factually. And they're like, oh man, we got to backtrack all that, and we got to. We're not even going. You know what? We're not even going to pick him because he wrote something pro-Israel while in college. What in the hell should that matter? That is turning your back on your Jewish settlers, is it not? I mean, Jesus.
Josh Shapiro turning his back?
No, the party. The party saying that we don't. We need to unwind that and back that. What are you saying? Like what? What's wrong with that?
I'm very pro getting rid of Hamas as quickly as possible.
I don't know how anybody else could be any other, and especially the Democratic Party when they're trying to unwind that statement. Now, if a guy made a statement saying, hey, Hitler might have been onto something, those Jews, you got to watch out for them.
Well, I mean,
now that's anti-Semitic. That's bad. That's horrible. You should never say that. If you're a candidate and you said that, your party would need to step in and say, man, that is, not cool at all, buddy. But what's this guy say? Hey, man, you know what? I don't think that Israel will ever be will be a two-party state because the Palestinians don't want it.
Correct.
Like what?
But isn't there from the river to a sea person like in on the Democratic side?
One would think.
Yes.
I mean, that's when it really started getting weird for me.
Right.
Jesus.
When people like AOC are screaming from the river to the sea.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't understand.
They get away with it.
Do you not understand your base? Do you not understand the Elise Kushners don't want to hear that? Like, I mean, God, it's the worst. And it's a very large contingency of your base. Very much so. Black and Jews are big Democrats. And for you to turn your back on a major core of your constituents, I don't have any.
I think Trump's been doing a good job of really just talking to the Jewish people. Be like, what's wrong with you guys? You voted Democrat for years, and look what's happening. Look who's defending you guys now.
Yeah, he needs to keep accentuating that because it's true.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's true, and I think he needs to keep saying, "Hey, listen, I stand with Israel, and I'm all about knocking out Hamas." And the reason why Hamas was even able to attack Israel and through Palestine was because Joe Biden left all of our military tanks and helicopters and weapons and guns and grenades and missiles in Afghanistan, and Hamas went and got it all. That's the weapons that Hamas is not so highly organized that they can call Boeing up and order 3 new jets.
Well, they're funded by Iran,
right?
But what I'm saying is, they're not just getting their weapons clean. They're getting their weapons either through Iran and Iran's getting most of them through Afghanistan, and there are old stuff.
And Russia
a lot, and also was money, Bubba, and the argument was that Trump had them really jonesing for money because he had cut off so much of their resources, and that Biden allowed them to start selling the oil and gave them billions of dollars, and that's how they funded the attack.
Didn't the attack on Israel with the flying fans start I forget, 1 or 2 weeks after Joe Biden unfroze $6 billion of cash assets.
Yeah, but they didn't
Iran.
put that together in a week. That just gave him the final go-ahead. That was, because if they had attacked before that, maybe he wouldn't have freed up that money. So once it was free, it was like, okay, game on.
So there's this 20-year-old athlete. Her name is, was it Luna Alonso? And she was from, I don't know where she was from.
Paraguay.
Paraguay. Now, is she hot?
Yeah, she's the one in the blue. If you scroll down, you see her right there.
Oh, right there?
Yeah.
She got thrown out of the Olympic Village?
Yeah, look at that tan line. Oof.
Yeah, and look at her little I can tell you she's dirty right now.
Yeah,
I think she go down a little bit more. Look at her six-pack. Oof.
Yeah, she supposedly didn't qualify for her swimming event, and she retired from the sport after she didn't qualify. But Lummy, she was still living in the Olympic Village. I guess they probably, if you lose or I don't know if they have like an eviction crew that can come and and make you leave. I think once you got that card that allows you access to the Olympic Village, it probably lasts for the entire Olympics, I'm assuming.
Yeah, how does that work? I mean, if it's a 2-week or 16-day Olympics and your event's track and field the second half, you get to go there at the beginning because you do the beginning parade. So you're there for the whole 2 weeks. But if you're gymnastics and it's the first week and then you're done, are you allowed to sit around and linger for a week?
I don't know. I don't know the rules on that. And let me, is there any videos of what the Olympic Village actually looks like? And is it all dorm rooms and do they is it all real nice? And it's like
everyone hates it. They said with the cardboard boxes that we looked at on that one story.
Anyway, she's been the 20-year-old athlete who is hot as hell, who retired from the sport after she failed to advance out of her heat into the 100-meter butterfly.
It says 48 hours after the competition ends,
they have to get out.
Yeah, normally they get kicked out.
She was asked to leave. She was asked to leave the Olympic Village for creating inappropriate environment. Her presence is creating an inappropriate atmosphere within Team Paraguay, says the head of the Paraguayan Olympic Committee. We thank her for proceeding as instructed, and it was on her own free will that she did not spend the night in the athletes' area. Alonso had reportedly been staying in the Olympic Village despite announcing her retirement from the sport. Paraguay media outlets reported that Alonso had spent time in Disneyland instead of supporting her teammates. So she went to Disneyland of Paris instead of watching her Paraguayan athletes that are still in the games compete. A separate report from the Daily Mail said that Alonso became a distraction to other competitors with her skimpy clothing and socializing with other athletes, which means getting laid by the pole vaulter.
Yeah.
She also finished 6th in her heat with a time of 1:03, which was higher than her 1:01 or whatever.
It looks like she got real slow over the past few years.
So she's out there, posting up pictures, Lummy, on jet skis and all this kind of deal, and they asked her to leave. Here's a story now. I don't know if this. God, she is hot. And if I'm an American man, I want to blast that and then use no condom and get her pregnant and then never have to worry about paying child support, knowing that I just made a super baby. I wonder how many kids are conceived every year at the Olympic Village. Do you think there's any?
Yeah, there's probably about half a dozen to a dozen.
And
if I had to estimate.
And both, one would think that both their mother and father are both Olympic athletes, right?
Right.
And so they're,
This is the ticket guy.
This might be the ultimate athlete. The kid that was perceived, the kids that were perceived at Olympic Village might indeed be super athletes.
Well,
maybe we're onto something here. Maybe we should encourage all women at the Olympics. When you're done competing, try to get bred by
I applaud it, Bubba. It's really the best way for us to improve humanity is for superhumans to have sex with superhumans and have superhuman babies.
Listen to this.
I totally agree with it.
There's no better way to repopulate the cesspool of humanity, right now other than to build superhumans, and the only way to build superhumans are for people that are extraordinary at being athletic or smart.
Would you?
Let's have smart people start blasting only smart people.
I'm all for it.
But what we do here in America is we have trailer trash that blasts toothless trailer trash, giving you, Lummy, toothless trailer trash.
Right.
But if I got Nick, who's at MIT, blasting some graduate assistant at Harvard, chances are that kid's going to be smart, right?
Right. Just like J.D. Vance and his wife were both Yale law graduates. They're both brilliant. Their kids are going to be brilliant. Whereas Kamala failed the bar the first time she took it. How smart could she be?
I mean, I would be encouraging, saying, listen, man, let's build us some you athletes who are on the upper, I don't know, 0.5% of humanity with regards to having an athletic skill set of something, whether it's shooting or swimming or boxing or throwing or whatever. You are good enough to be one of the top 32 in the entire world. I want you blasting somebody else that's good at something, because our kid is going to have the skill set, at least have the athletic gene in them, right?
Right. Unless it's like the archer.
Jenna Limoncelli with the great.
Like the
the archer and the rapid shooting. Did you watch that? The 5 shots?
No, but I tell you, I watched this one thing where they had to emulate like some whitewater rafting, and these guys are on these canoes, and they got to go. That's stupid. Yeah, and then I watched the break dancing.
Did you see it?
And that's stupid.
Did you see it? The break dancing?
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
Stupid.
Did we win, America?
I don't know.
No, Japan won. I don't know who won.
Japan won?
Yeah, Japan won. We invented it, and the Japanese won it.
Did we definitely invent it?
Yeah,
No,
we invented break dancing. Of course. Hey, Alexa, who invented break dancing? Very easy.
Hong Kong Phooey? Come on.
Damn.
Who did it?
Did you say Hong Kong?
This from the cartoon.
Alexa, who invented break dancing?
Here is an answer from an Alexa Answers contributor that I translated. Break dance is a street dance created by African and Latin American teenagers from the Bronx of New York who took part in the parties organized in 1972
Alexa,
by
thanks. Invented
You are
by
so very welcome.
invented by Latin and African Americans in the Bronx,
and we let Japan catch up to us
in 1972.
It looks like they're the favorites. It looks like the medal rounds is 9th and 10th of August. They pretty much end the Olympics.
So you're saying this hasn't even happened yet, Lummy?
Oh no, the qualifications.
I saw some kind of footage of them throwing out some cardboard, and the Lavin's like, "Oh, I gotta. I'd rather go watch the Rays get beat."
The qualification, I guess Japan's favored.
Well, this is disgusting news, Lummy.
Yeah, especially that.
I didn't know we had a 50-year head start on them, and they've caught up to us.
50-year head start, and they caught up.
Wow.
And the latest out of Paris. Jenna, the New York Post, we're just winning with the headlines and the captions and all the things that's going on outside of the Olympics in terms of competition. What's going on with you?
There's so
Man, this guy.
Oh, my God.
What's going on with you?
Trying too hard.
much happening at the Paris Olympics that has nothing to do with the games, that is trending and, like you said, doing so well at the New York Post that it's interesting because there's so much that people don't know in terms of the rules and the regulations that go on inside and outside of the Olympic Village. So we're seeing a lot of news coming out of there, a lot of controversies, disqualifications, and the list goes on. So there's a lot of tea to talk about today, Brandon.
All right, we got the
let me tell you where NBC is missing the boat. Olympic Village Big Brother, where they got an Olympic Village all cameraed up.
Oh, yeah.
And all the ins and outs that's happening in the Olympic Village.
There should be all kinds of
all,
footage.
I mean, think about how, I mean, they're all, I mean, most of the athletes are attractive. They all got great bodies. I mean, most of them. I mean, 90% of them are, you know, in shape. You know, what I want to see, of course, I'm a natural voyeur. Of course, I want to see all the, I mean, think about all the hot chicks that are getting, you know, just blasted. And you know what? They're not even the American women probably aren't even having sex with American dudes. They're getting it from those Australians,
right?
And those people, those guys with accents and the French. They're like, man, we don't like American dudes. We like French dudes, Algerian dudes, and South African dudes, and Brazilian dudes, and Argentina dudes. Like, if we were over there, Lummy, would we be blasting American chicks? No, we can blast American chicks here. I'm blasting me a Brazilian with an Argentina kicker.
There you go. A Paraguay chick.
Yep, give me that. All I need's her. That Paraguayan, hot Paraguayan little freak.
Did you see the blonde British girl that won the 800? She was pretty.
Yeah, I saw her too.
She's
so many hot. I'll tell you who's hot as hell is Simone Biles. She's beautiful. You don't think she's beautiful?
No, and she's 4'8".
You're so racist.
No, I didn't say anything about her other than that I don't think she's pretty and she's only 4'8".
4'8" can be fun.
4'8" is it's
feel like you're having sex with a doll?
Yeah, or a child.
Yeah, let's take
so
all that.
little.
Let me take my previous statement back. Back in a minute. Hold on.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Yeah, absolutely.
When's the finals?
The 9th and the 10th.
Yeah, I'm free then.
August 10th?
Just us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll Zoom call each other.
So Saturday?
I'm getting hard.
Yeah, Saturday, I think around 4 a.m. If you want to watch it live, I mean...
Oh, we got to watch it live.
You can't watch the replays. We're not getting breaking news.
It'll be spoiled, yeah. Especially if Japan upsets us. Those fuckers.
Jay had to go to the doctor today.
See you later, buddy.
Oh,
JJ?
JJ, yeah. Jay had to go to the
Is
doctor.
he okay?
He's not here. He's fine. He's one of his kids. So, all right, guys. You have a wonderful day.
See you, Dan.
Dan, don't cut too deep.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Bye, Danny.
Boy, the 49ers are fucked if they got to trade Brandon Ayuk.
Where's he going to go? The Steelers?
Why they got to trade him?
It's not. He wants money. They're not giving it to him. They said the Patriots and Browns are interested, but he doesn't want to go there. He's so good. I don't know if the kid they replaced is or the kid they drafted is ready to replace him. Ricky Purcell from Florida.
Oh, is he the one that they think's going to replace him?
Yeah, well, I mean, they drafted him in the first round, I think, this year.
Was it?
First or second? I don't know. Maybe third? I don't know. Fucking let me. I don't know.
I don't either. It's the fucking 49ers.
Yeah, probably not the first round.
Johnny K. Love him. Johnny K and Fish on the J. I'll come back with y'all.
Yeah, three-peat is wild in football.
Heavy activity on PayPal. Thank you guys very much. And we don't even have to say it. You guys just do it. Mario, John Castico, Fish on the motherfucking J. Thank you so very much.
What up, Jamie? What up, Stop and Go Steve? Nick the Gun Guy.
What's up, YouTube?
What's up, Bubba fan? Yeah, just gotta say Nick. Now I see Nick the Gun Guy. I already know you.
And my fucking Kenny Powers.
Say hi to Stop and Go Steve already.
Man, it's going real fast. Chat And fucking, maybe it slows down. Blummel's divorce lawyer. I can't even catch up with all you motherfuckers. Can't. I can't even catch up with you motherfuckers.
Jesse, I know you're trying to fuck with me, but the big thing is that people that listen to the show that hate us, they take things that are said and then they take it for the truth and they try to ram it up your ass every day. What up, Bloomin' Onion? Bubba Nash.
David Slade gifted a sub to Poodle Ballin'.
Man, I haven't heard that name in forever.
Poodle?
Poodle Ballin'.
Hall of Fame Poodle Ballin'.
I mean, we gotta do the Hall of Fame soon.
Yes, we do.
A listener-supported sponge. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now returns.
Mario, love you, my friend. Johnny K, love you, my friend. And when I come to Indiana last week of this month, let's meet up for some breakfast or something. I certainly got to come see you. Fish on the J, 25, love me. John Castica, 100. Mario Gonzalez, 25. It's all in the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. It's the first time I've said it all day. I don't have to say it anymore. Macho Man built me some good stuff. Snoop Dogg. What's that, let me?
Las Vegas Mario, 20. I'll try.
Here's this guy. I don't know if he's a streaming correspondent for the New York Times. You know how 970 FLA tries to have like a streaming channel? They got that Josh guy on there that's a real douchebag. Live from the WFLA Channel 8 News. Like they try to like fragment their stream into like a, I don't know, they have their own channel. So they can put like the not so serious stuff over there. And I don't know if this is the equivalent to that of New York Times. Because this guy says he's with the New York Times, and he throws it over this chick that's going to tell you all the controversial, outrageous stuff that's happened in the Olympic Village.
Controversy number one, obviously one of the biggest ones coming out of Paris. Team USA sprinter Noah Lyles took home the gold in the 100. It's crazy that this man won this thing by just 5,000ths of a second. Now, there's a photo finish that's gone viral, but there are people online saying that other athletes stepped over the finish line.
No, but listen, Mike Tirico, right after the event on Saturday, I think it was Saturday night or Sunday, when they went to commercials, everybody that watched the replay is like, well, man, both the other two dudes' legs were over the line. You know, they should have won. It looks like the American guy actually got third. And then Mike Tirico came back with what the official rule is to the finish line on, I think all track events, and certainly the 100 meter. And that is your sternum or your chest is what breaks the finish line. So you can have your legs out front, but it's your sternum or your chest. That's the person that gets their sternum or chest across the line first wins. And then you replay. You look at the replay and you say, oh, yeah, the guy from USA. It's probably a technique in itself, just knowing how to lean correctly. Right?
Yeah.
They probably practice that.
Before him. Can you explain the photo and this new Olympic
I just explained the photo, brother.
Controversy.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's nuance to this, right?
Yep.
Of course, Noah Lyles took home the gold in the 100 meter.
Man, she needs a rhinoplasty pad, does she not?
Holy cow.
Jenna Lemacini. How about that nose? That nose almost looks like she put prosthetic. It looks like a movie prosthetic nose, doesn't it?
You think maybe the background on her Zoom's making her face look weird?
Maybe, I think so.
I think she has a big nose.
Men's final, of course, but it wasn't without controversy. The photo finish, of course, as we know, at the Olympics, there's aerial photos taken above the track, just so judges can determine, of course, the correct winner by the rules and regulations of track and field.
Now,
and it had appeared as though, and
hold on, if you look at what she just played right here. Oh, damn it! Let me go.
The correct winner by the rules.
Boom. If you look at that, you can say these two legs are out front, but this guy here, his chest is ahead of anybody else's chest. And here is second. Here's second, and I think that's third. I think this is third. Yeah, this is third. Second, Jamaica. Third, America.
Regulations of track and field. And it had appeared as though, and it really did happen, that Jamaica's Kashane Thompson, he had stepped over the finish line first, and then we see U.S. sprinter Fred Curley coming in with the bright orange track shoes and then appearing to step over the line as well. However, that is not how the rules go in track and field.
No.
Although their toes may have crossed the line, according to track and field rules, it is the first runner that gets their torso over the line. It's called leaning if you're a casual fan in track and field. So Noah had actually leaned at the very end, propelling his chest over the line. So when you see that photo finish, the toes of the other runners may have crossed over, but it is the chest that Olympic.
Let's talk about the hot Peruvian getting blasted and thrown out of the Olympic Village.
Judges are looking for. So because of
see if that can come out of that big schnoz of yours.
That he had beaten Jamaica Field has always operated, but
D Wade shouted that out. Next up, swimmer Luana Alonso was kicked out of the Olympic Village for
this is what we're talking about, right?
Inappropriate behavior is what they're called.
The hot Peruvian running wild.
Paraguay.
This one's getting
Paraguay. The hot Paraguayan.
Getting all kinds of clicks on the website. What's inappropriate? What did she do that was so inappropriate?
She kicked it out wide for about 3 of the decathlon guys.
I got so many questions on this one.
Right. A lot of people have a lot of questions. So I'm going to break it down as best as I can. But right now, there are a lot of reports. Let me clarify.
She got freight trained by the Swedish volleyball team.
Ooh.
That Luana Alonso.
There's going to be a real good-looking baby in about 9 months. She got knocked up by one of the Swedish, sand volleyball guys. One of those big studs, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're studs.
Maybe LeBron. She got knocked up by LeBron.
There you go.
Who is a swimmer from Paraguay has
Tom Brady's
not
over there.
directly addressed.
Man, she got knocked up by Tom Brady.
Now, on Monday, the Sun had come out with a report.
A three-way with Tom Brady and Snoop. What would that kid be like?
That said that she was asked to leave the Olympic Village for creating somewhat of an inappropriate environment. So they received a statement from Larissa Scherer, and if I'm pronouncing that, I apologize. They are the head of the Paraguay Olympic Committee, and they had confirmed this news and said her presence is creating an inappropriate atmosphere with Team Paraguay. They also thanked Alonso.
And by the way, these pictures look horrible to what she looks like when she's, all did up.
She's got nice lips.
Oh, I don't know.
For, quote, proceeding as instructed, as it was her own free will that she did not spend the night in the athletes' village.
So if you don't spend the night in the village and you're out in the town that night.
You can't go back?
Yeah, I guess.
So that is where Alonso had been reported.
What if you just won gold and you wanted to go out all night with your boys and celebrate and you didn't get into 10 o'clock the next day?
Staying while in Paris.
I'm trying to think of my most partiest time of my life. Probably when I was single in the 98 Rock days and I just moved in my mansion and I had nightclubs and what have you. I think the longest I ever stayed out was like 6 a.m.
Wow.
And that was after going to like a couple different girls' houses and being like, but I can't think of like ever being longer than that. Like you can get everything you need to done shady wise and get home by 6. Right when nothing makes you feel like either more of a degenerate or a pimp when you're coming home and the birds are singing.
Yeah, that 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Makes you. You're either really, really cool or you're in trouble.
with the Paraguay swim team. Now, she is no longer competing. She did not qualify in her heat and was just staying.
What did she do? What did she do?
There, which is allowed. You're allowed to stay with your teams. However, the longer you stay in the village and you have nothing really to do, these types of things could pop up. However,
hold on. I think she's alluding, Lummy, that maybe it was sexual because she said these types of things pop up.
Yep. She has nothing to do.
know why exactly it is not.
And when you have nothing to do, what do, Seth? You masturbate and have sex.
Of course.
And confirmed as of August 5th as to why Alonso was asked to leave. A separate report by the Daily Mail said that she had become a distraction for other competitors.
Yeah, because she's so hot, Lummy. She was doing selfies in the courtyard, getting zillions of clicks.
That's right.
Which pissed off everybody else.
With her, quote, skimpy clothing and socializing with other athletes. That is another.
Skimpy clothing and socializing with other athletes means I'm getting it from the Venezuelan pole vault guy.
Like I said, from the Daily Mail. So we don't have anything confirmed yet, but that is getting a lot of attention at the Paris Olympics. It appears as though she had returned to the U.S. possibly, as she posted an American flag on her Instagram.
She's not even from the U.S. No. We'll take her. Now, that's the kind of illegal immigrant we need.
Please.
That.
Yeah.
Send all of that you want, but keep these stinky Venezuelans off my streets. Killing cops and killing kids. Did you see I think I tweeted it yesterday, Lummy, on our X, the beautiful African-American girl who just graduated college who lost her life to an immigrant?
Yes.
He'd been arrested arrested and let go 3 other times as an illegal immigrant and ends up killing this beautiful woman. I think in Georgia.
I believe so.
Story, but again, nothing has been confirmed as of yet, other than she chose under her free will to leave the village at the instruction of.
But at the same time, that could backfire on them as well.
Well,
Virginia.
We all saw the viral footage of that pole vaulting event gone a bit wrong for him.
You mean where his wiener hit the deal?
Yeah.
The 21-year-old missed that, of course, when he had gotten caught on the pole. In his lower extremity there.
His penis hit the pole. His body cleared, but his big hog, which he had tucked to the side, hit the bar, Lummy, and knocked it off.
The waist. And the French pole vaulter.
Hey, Lummy, did you see the real cute girl from Ukrainian who won the gold on high jump? How cute she was. Poor little thing. But she has to worry about her family getting blown up.
Yeah, but
did not address the attention he had received online directly. He did say, though, that it was a disappointment to go through all of that. Of course, he said, quote, I am gutted because I didn't miss anything on the 3rd attempt. What I did miss
my wiener
was a bit of jumping and training to fine-tuning the settings, just a technical setting.
They're not showing. I think they pulled the wiener footage down. Like, you can't find that anymore, I don't think.
I'll find it for you.
So, again, did not address it directly, but was disappointed and very upset about that, of course. And like you had mentioned, he finished 12th. And
did you see that picture circulating around about that woman? She might have been like a synchronized swimmer or something. And I don't even think that we can put it online.
No.
But her bathing suit, literally...
That's a good sport.
Only covers her labia. That's it.
I sent you the pole vaulter.
Of him.
He got offered. Didn't he get offered $250,000 to do a porno?
Anthony,
the guy, the pole vaulter.
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, hold on here. Let me stop it here. This is the pole vaulter. Where's he from?
France.
He's from France, so he's a home team guy, right?
Well, he got offered $250,000 for a porn deal.
But you know what, Lummy? I think he'd already hit the pole.
I don't know about that one.
Okay, hold on. I mean, that, if that's the still shot.
Yeah, that's.
All right, hold on here. All right, so.
Looks like he kind of clears it.
All right, so hold on. Let's just go back. All right, so here he is. He's springing. See, it looks like he hits it with his shins.
It does, but I think the package fully pulls it down. You're allowed to hit it, right? If it doesn't fall.
You can bump it. You just can't. It can't pull down.
Yeah, it was going down anyway, but that package right there, look.
Yeah.
That ween.
Yeah, he's going to tuck that thing next year.
Sure will.
He'll gorilla tape that son of a bitch. In fact, if I was gorilla tape, I'd sponsor him. So we're
tape it up. Oof. Bubba, do you take that 250,000?
No, I don't. No, because I mean, just because you got a big penis doesn't mean you're going to be good in porn.
Do we know that he has a big penis? Might have just been like something bunched up that went wrong.
No, that was. I mean, did you not see it?
I saw it.
It looked like a big Johnsonville bratwurst in there. I mean,
yeah, he's definitely not a grower.
I mean, no, he's a
shower.
He's a shower and a shower. Can you imagine if you're laying that good, non-aroused?
Maybe he was aroused.
And girls, girls. I think chicks look down there.
I think so too.
Like they look at your ween, or like
they don't want to see some mashed up little elevator button.
I know that's why you and I aren't getting a lot of action. But you have if you had a ween that's laid to the side like that, just natural.
Boy, we really.
and and you're walking into a restaurant and the girls see that, toilet paper roll, laying underneath those slacks, lum.
Yeah.
I think women talk.
What the hell?
They sure do.
You're going into a restaurant and then women are looking at the bulge in your slacks.
I think so. Don't we look at? Okay, hold on. If we're going to be honest, don't we look at 1? We look at their boobs. 2, we look at their ass. And then 3, Lummy, I look right there in the vagina area to see if there's any camel toe stuff.
You always gotta look down there.
I can.
Anybody look at a face, or are we out of faces? Are
no
out?
faces are in.
It's like fifth part.
Faces are the contributing. I mean, faces are the deal breaker. Like you could have a chick that got a real nice ass and a real nice set of jugs, and then her face is just ungodly homely. Like,
what about the chick that we just saw from the New York Post with that nose the size of? Whew.
Yeah, I think if she's got a real nice tight ass and some big jugs,
not a big deal,
and a good attitude, let's not forget about that. That goes a long way with us, right?
That's true.
Some of these chicks, that they're all full of them. They're not as. We need a chick that runs a little loose. We need a forward girl. Be like, hey, big boy. We don't like shy chicks. We want forward girls. Right, Lummy? It's like,
we don't.
If I walk up on a guy like, man, you're hot. And she's like, oh, stop, I'm not hot. I want her to say, you're damn right, I'm hot.
Let's go to the tuba closet.
Are you a shower or a grower? Hopefully a grower, because you ain't showing nothing there, big boy. So, look at these 2 dogs, man. This is unbelievable. This dog here, he's just Johnny Hangout. He's put his time in. He's retired. Well, this guy here, he might be Johnny Newcomer, Lummy.
Yeah, he's from the pound.
Yeah, from the pound, and he somehow got a cell phone battery out of, maybe somebody had their phone laying around, and he, you know how destructive dogs can be. I've had many remote controllers devoured by a dog. So this dog somehow got a cell phone battery and is chewing on it, causes it to spark, and sets the whole house on fire. Check this out. And by the way, Lummy, the lazy one, the little Irish setter or whatever, he quickly gets the hell out of there, right? Watch.
Yeah, the cat didn't even know where to go.
Yeah. I hope a dog accidentally started a house fire after chewing on a lithium-ion battery used for charging cell phones. I hope they made it out, though, and didn't burn up.
I didn't think those things could light on fire like that.
They can. You get Fido up in there chewing on it. Watch. He's chewing on it. It starts to blow up. And then, I think, catches the mat, his little dog mat that he's on. He's got like a little dog bed. Catches that on fire. Now let me look at it.
They're looking at it.
These dogs, they come in to watch it. Like, oh man, dogs are so simple. And then he barks at it like it's gonna go away. Watch, ready?
Oh crap!
The local fire department quickly put out the blaze. Maybe the dogs are okay.
I'm assuming they made it, Bubba, because they released that video, so I'm sure the whole house didn't get.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That's just the dog's coat. I thought he was charred.
Oh.
Hold on. See, I thought stuff doesn't look like a char, kind of.
It might be a little dirty, yeah, but
I think that's just his normal German Shepherd coat.
Yeah.
Because they would say dog got charred up a little bit. The pets got out, though. through a door dog, and we're not hurt. The only bad thing about door dogs are some of the criminals nowadays are so little that they'll stick their kids to the door dog to unlock the door and let them in.
What do you want? Where have you seen this?
I've seen it on X.
I see it on
Where
X.
they're bringing their kids to do breaking and entering?
Yep.
Oh, that's hot.
They'll bring like a 3-year-old to crawl through the dog door and unlock and teach them how to unlock the door.
Wow.
Yeah, and then now they're in your house. Yeah. I mean, poor little dogs.
It looked like there was a lot of pets there.
I saw they had 2 cats and 2 dogs.
Yeah.
Macho, because he hates electric cars, by the way, he said he wanted to point out that the lithium-ion batteries are what's underneath your seat.
Not my seat right now. You mean underneath electric
cars? Yeah, that's why electric cars
This
are bad.
is the Trump country. We live in the southeast. We drink sweet tea. We don't drink socialist Kool-Aid.
Trump should open up all of his campaigns with this. Right here. This is from Atlanta, Georgia. This is a Southern Asian who drinks sweet tea.
Wow.
Is it? I mean, right?
I mean, yeah.
Sweet tea.
Yeah.
That's what he's drinking himself.
He's okay.
This guy's at Chick-fil-A twice a day.
This guy's a Southern Asian that loves Trump.
This is the Trump country. We live in the southeast. We drink sweet tea. We don't drink socialist Kool-Aid.
Boom! Drop the mic.
This is the Trump country. We live in the southeast. We drink sweet.
Southern Asians for Trump. I just really rolls right off your tongue.
We don't drink socialist Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Jesse Waters, this whole big assassination deal, are they trying to just keep it going so long that they think we're going to forget about it? Or is there some teeth in this deal?
There's whistleblowers coming out.
I know. So, is there some teeth on this deal?
Yeah. And it looks like the lady, or I guess it's a lady.
The Cheetle?
No. The one that was in charge of the whole thing. I forgot what they call it, but the one that's in charge of setting up everybody, breaking down, the manager at the time for this. I guess
you mean the special agent in charge?
Correct.
All right. So the special agent in charge on the Secret Service side,
yes,
was a woman.
The site supervisor
was a woman.
Yes.
And they're saying
a Cheeto hire.
A Cheeto hire.
Yeah.
And they're saying that person is to blame, or are they saying now that person is in on the inside conspiracy portion of the assassination, and indeed the assassination attempt on Trump was not a dereliction of duty, but they're saying, and this is just what they're saying that it might have been an inside job to take him out?
Well, I guess some whistleblowers are coming out, and they're not releasing everything they're saying, but I guess the whistleblowers are so mad that this lady's not getting fired because she's so incompetent for her job that they're coming out with spreading pretty much what's the truth.
Now, haven't the FBI the head of the FBI has already testified? I think the head of Homeland Security has already testified. I mean, are all testimony done not now? I mean, we got to go into this whistleblower deal?
We're going into the whistleblower deal,
and they're going to see what the validity of that is.
Yes.
Is the end result to try to show that there was or was not a conspiracy to kill him, or this is just a bunch of buffoons who didn't plan correctly?
I think they're trying to say buffoons, but yeah.
But there's a tinge of inside Willie?
Yes.
Now, didn't Trump say that the minute he wins, he's releasing the JFK hidden files, and he's also releasing all of these hidden files as well?
Yeah, he said his, and he said he was going to probably. He already released half of the JFK ones. I guess he said he might release the rest of them.
Should.
Yeah, he should.
Should. And the reason why they haven't been released so far, because it makes our country, it shows the JFK, the remaining portion of the unsealed and never seen before JFK files, probably what was considered the Warren Commission, probably will make a lot of people hate our country, and will make a lot of people rethink about the inside jobness and how, if they want you dead, how they'll kill you, including our own government. Our own government will kill you if you get too lippy, don't pay attention, and let the military industry complex run the show. They'll kill you. They'll kill you. Do I have the Jesse Waters thing?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, cool. We'll play it on the way back. All right?
All right.
Perfect.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
I just farted on.
Oh fuck! Let's keep going.
Did you? Oh,
whoa!
That was like a sixer. That was like a six banger. Thank God Seth's not in there. He'd be flipping the fuck out.
Oh, he'd lose his shit.
He'd be having so much fucking pussy ass anxiety.
And you're dragging it too, right by his feet. Oh man. Yeah, who doesn't? That's his herpes. What's up, Kabuki Jones? What's up, Public Ankles? I'm gonna call you the police. What's that NCAA treatment, Public Ankles? I'm hoping that it stays back there, big and greasy. Let's see, is that 7? Yes, it was. You would think so, Chip Jones. Seth definitely missed it. Probably just lingering up there. What's up, TJ from Jersey? That's his herpes. I'm gonna attack the dog, Shunkei, Rodi, Permagrum. I think everyone does. Hopefully it lingers right up there. What's up, Big E? 20. What's up, Big E? 73, 75. Big and greasy. I think that fart derailed it.
Jesus, that thing is still a fucking organized ass storm.
Yeah, it's supposed to be there for another, like, I think, day.
This was a weird one, man. I don't remember anything quite like this where we kind of had, I don't know.
Rainmaker?
A rainmaker that really wasn't, like, didn't get too close, but still caused damage. I mean, I don't feel like they're normally that, if they're not in the water, I don't feel like they're normally so that well formed off when it gets on land.
Well, they're saying because it's like, I guess the eye was a little bit over the Atlantic. But that's why it's supposed to like kind of just fizzle out with the winds.
Oh, man.
Charles, I think it's saying about 20 inches of rain.
20?
Yeah. Big Buck already has 13.
What the fuck? Are they getting it worse than we did?
For rain-wise, yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's why I'm saying this is a weird storm, because they also don't normally, like, flood out fucking Georgia, South Carolina. I thought this was a weird one.
Radio 11, it's,
Oh.
of REHQ.
Mommy, is our app going to be done soon?
Should be in the next couple of weeks. We have a meeting tomorrow. We'll, we'll talk. It's every Wednesday.
The last 5 hours?
No comment. Nice guy. Me and Mach had bonding time.
What up, Felix?
Mach and I bond over it.
You and Mach bond over it?
Yeah. We know what we're getting into. We're supposed to be demoing it this pretty soon, Bubba.
Okay.
It's a game changer. Nice internet, Fred. They got that in one day here or up there.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all of the Bubba Army. Now returns.
This Friday we'll do a Bubba 199. That'll be 8 to 10. Macho Man on the Wheels of Steel. Lummy, I think, scheduled to be there are you, me, Kush. You usually hit these, don't you?
I do.
Are you interested in attending?
I'm interested.
Rat, Mach, Merch Crick. Is Wizzy coming?
I've not heard. Maria Guatemala is going to be there.
Maria's always here.
Tease,
Big Red, Creatine Travis,
Bob Cook,
Mitch the Mark, the Nashes ×2, Wilbur's After, Fish on the J. Sometimes Brian from Philly will make it over. We got a Iggy. We got a Get Fresh Crew situation that's happening Saturday at 9. I get the high reach from Sunbelt being delivered on Friday.
Nice.
Which is going to make it easier for us to put our new sign up. I'm excited for our new sign. That sign, we haven't had a sign for how long?
I'd say like 9 months.
Like 2 years, I think.
Oh, like it actually, the lights work too and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's been about 2 years.
Secret Service whistleblowers are coming out of the woodwork, furious about last week's press conference where the director, Ron Rowe, admitted the agency failed but wouldn't fire anyone. Trump's entire protective detail's been an illusion. The rally in Butler was the first time the Secret Service sent counter snipers to a Trump event.
You know what? Hold on.
And
I think I reported that.
Yes, you did.
I think I reported that my inside source stated that this was the first time that they even sent snipers. They have requested snipers every one of his outdoor deals, and this was the first time that they even sent any.
Yes.
Snipers were communicating by text message without Wi-Fi. Only the locals had radios, and according to the Washington Post, the Secret Service wasn't even in the same room as they were. They were in a completely different command center on the opposite side of the farm. Basically, the Secret Service was playing a big game of telephone while Crooks was stalking the grounds. Who signed off on this disastrous plan? According to whistleblowers who've spoken to Senator Josh Hawley, it all comes down to the lead site agent, who they claim is inexperienced and incompetent. Senator Josh Hawley's been speaking with these whistleblowers, and he joins us now. Senator,
where's he a senator from?
I think Ohio.
These whistleblowers been telling your office?
Well, what they've been saying, Jesse, is that this individual, the site agent, the lead agent, was known to the Trump campaign to be inexperienced, to be ineffectual.
Missouri. I heard it. Missouri. Sorry.
I heard it was a female.
Yes, it's a female.
And if you remember right, I also stated with my inside connection to the Secret Service that maybe Gary Cantrell or somebody can find it early. But one, find me the sound clip of me saying that this was the first time that Trump had been given snipers. And then two, I think I did say that my guy said there was the female, the agent in charge was female. I think I said that too.
I think you did.
If you guys could find that, man, you know what? I guess at least 50 clicks.
To be frankly incompetent at their job. Well, I'm also told
everybody was, making fun of me. Oh yeah, Bubba's got some insider. Sure, it's easy to say that. Bitch, both some very outlandish things that I predicted ended up being true. Nobody believed me that there was a female in charge. Nobody believed me. They thought it was just me being me. That ended up being true.
Yes.
And then nobody believed me that this was the first time that Trump had actually been granted snipers after tons of requests. I I was right on that one, too.
Sure.
Everybody owes me an apology.
By whistleblowers that on that day she was not enforcing the
Thanks, Seth.
You got it.
Being the union rep.
normal security protocols. She was not checking people's IDs. She did not use Secret Service agents. Most of the agents there that day were not Secret Service agents. They were Homeland Security agents. And get this, Jesse, most of them had never worked a rally before. And yet this is who she chose to staff the event with, and she didn't train them or integrate them. From top to bottom, it was a total disaster. Jesse, it is a miracle, not only that Trump is alive.
I mean, it's not a wonder he didn't get killed. If he hadn't moved, I mean, I don't know if you believe in God or not, but my Lord, something made him, something saved him.
If he didn't move, and also, like, if the cops didn't scare the guy to shoot quick.
But that more good Americans were not killed. It's unbelievable.
You're saying that the site agent in charge of this security in Butler wasn't checking IDs? What do you mean? She was just letting people in?
That is what whistleblowers tell me, is that IDs were not checked to allow individuals into secure areas, Jesse. In other words,
And again, you can see, here's the bad guy up there. Here's Trump down there.
Was a total free-for-all. Whistleblowers portray to me a circumstance, a situation that was totally out of control, where people were milling around, including...
And then here's the other thing. They use like a Pennsylvania SUV to crash through the fence.
Yeah.
I mean, if I go through once and it doesn't make it, I'm going to say, watch out, fellas. I'm backing up and getting a little more steam here. Right?
To be honest, I think you could have just crawled over that fence.
I know, but what I'm saying is, like, okay, but he hit the fence right here. Watch.
Oh,
ready?
yeah,
what were supposed to be highly secure areas.
I back up and I gas it up. Say, fellas, get back, because I am going to go. I'm gassing this bitch up.
Yeah.
Nobody knew who they were.
No, you're reporting, like, who you report to, your sergeant or your lieutenant or your captain that you just maybe totaled out, a Pennsylvania state trooper SUV to save the to open up a gate that we should have had unlocked to save the president's life. I think we can total out an SUV for that, my friend.
By the way, it was also the lead site agent's job to make sure that the line of sight for where Trump was clear, that agents could see all angles. And she didn't do that. In fact, I'm told that the line.
I don't know why, man. There wasn't a couple local guys just standing here and in their SWAT gear.
Yeah,
it was the slope, right?
You're right. 4.9. They can't handle it. Meanwhile, the other slope that they were on was 20.6.
The site was obstructed, which means that agents from different angles couldn't really see around Trump, couldn't see potential dangers to Trump. This is pretty textbook stuff, Jesse. And what whistleblowers say to me is none of it was done properly. None of it was done by the book. And frankly, when you know all that, it's amazing more people weren't killed.
I mean, I'm not Secret Service. I do know a guy that just retired, where I got all my inside intel. But Lummy, if I'm there, lead agent or bottom of the rung agent, I'm gonna at one time or another, I'm gonna stand where the president's podium is, right?
Yes.
2 or 3 days before Donald's supposed to get here, and I'm gonna do a complete 360 turnaround, and I'm gonna look at all the elevated spots where a bad guy could potentially be, and I'm gonna tell either my Secret Service or my local guys, hey, I need 2 guys over there, I need 1 guy on the water tower, and I need 2 guys over there. And I need a guy over there.
Yeah.
And you know what? You don't even got to be a sniper. You just got to be in your SWAT gear with your AR-15 in a readied position.
Maybe with some binoculars, too.
You know what? Let's make it some rangefinders, okay?
There you go.
With some rangefinders. Or some, you're right, Seth, or some binoculars. You're not there to kill. You're there as a deterrent so that some crazy man doesn't get up on the roof and take a shot. 7 shots at the president.
Can you imagine if he just started shooting at the crowd, like the Vegas shooter with the concert?
Yeah, he
could have taken out a ton of people.
He may have missed Donald, but he could have taken at least 8 people out.
Yeah.
What would have happened? Because you said this was the first one in a long time that they gave Trump snipers. What if he didn't have snipers for this one? Would this guy have been able to go crazy?
This guy would have killed Trump.
Or a lot of people.
Yeah.
And a lot of Secret Service.
He would have gotten every shot off clean.
Oh, he would have gotten triple the amount of shots.
And probably unloaded.
From probably 7 or 8 shots that he got off to more like 40 shots.
Needs to be fired, as does anybody who had leadership on that day.
This person is still doing security. they're still in charge of security for political events. Why aren't they sidelined and under investigation themselves?
This is exactly what the whistleblowers who are coming.
Because it makes Kamala and Joe look incompetent, having put these people in place, and it could expose an inside job. So you just quell it down to zero.
To me, Jesse, want to know.
And you hope, hey, listen, man, the country's going to be enamored by whoever the next president is. And if it's Trump, he'll probably get to the bottom of it. And if it's Kamala, she's going to make it go away. That's what it's all going to come down to.
In fact, we know that this individual is still doing all those things because the director confirmed it. He told me under oath that, yeah, this individual is still working events. In fact, he said still doing investigations, which raises the question, is she investigating herself? Right. I mean, this is insane. And
you guys, if you're making that tape, you can almost make it one break where I predicted both. It's instead of making it two different breaks.
Just put it together.
Bubba predicted 2 weeks ago what people are saying now.
I'll say this, Jesse.
Sure.
Whistleblowers are coming forward from the Secret Service because they can't believe what leadership is doing. They cannot believe that the Secret Service is not taking action.
Man, if I'm Kamala, and I want to show us, and I don't want to do word salad where yesterday was today and today was yesterday, and you know what? Today is yesterday's, tomorrow is yesterday is today. And you know what? I'll tell you what, Bidenomics, that's what's working. You know what she would say? She was going to say, listen, you know what? This isn't on our watch, and we're going to show a sign of strength and make people be held accountable for doing their jobs. And her and Joe proactively make some huge changes in this agency. Fire the head of, the Homeland Security or the FBI or obviously the Secret Service lady Kim Cheadle. She already quit, but you come out proactively, and you know what? They're trying to make Kamala look strong. Let her be strong. Let her say, "Hey, guess what? I just fired the head of the FBI for their derelict of duty on protecting Donald Trump." That makes her. That's baby facing. That makes her look good as hell. Be like, hell yeah, Kamala's. That bitch is strong.
To clear out the rot, frankly, they're scared to death this is going to happen again. We can't let it happen again. We've got to get the facts.
Was this site agent for Butler? Was she one of these Cheadle hires?
Again, Lummy, I'm the one that reported that well before this.
You know how Cheadle has an agenda? She just promotes people without merit. Was that person a person like that?
I don't know the answer to that. All I am told by these whistleblowers is that this individual was inexperienced, that she was known to the campaign to be, frankly, not very good at her job. They had concerns about this individual before the Butler rally. Again, when she was assigned to Butler, the campaign was worried. They thought, uh-oh, this has not gone well before, and my gosh, it didn't go well that day.
All right, well, I'm very glad these whistleblowers.
And, Lummy, let's not forget, my other prediction, and that was the person in charge was a woman.
Yes.
And two, this was the first time the Secret Service had actually given Donald Trump sniper cover, if you will. I predicted both of those before the Hodge twins, Bonagino, all of them.
Drop the mic.
Bitch. Clem and Kush will record it about, I'd say probably 10:30, 10:35. I'd say probably be up by. It's going to be a little bit later today because he's got the Operation Pigmentation guys to do as well. So he'll get up when Seth gets it up. Perfect. Anything else, Lummy?
No, sir.
I'm going to sit in my chair.
I guess Tuttle tomorrow, right?
Tuttle tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lumet,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
Brett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repeat hello.